I hope they expect you to.
Kristen, I don't see, I see the
Oh,
officer.
okay,
as well.
I got it. Now go back to me and say that again about the button. There's a power, hit the power button.
Yeah, so if you can't see anything on your end, what you would do is you would hang up this call, you would press and hold that button to turn everything off, and then count for about 30 seconds, and then turn it back on, and it's going to reboot all the equipment.
Okay, so I'm gonna hang up.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Berry,
Mm-hmm.
so the facility is having issues with the video equipment. We can see them, but they can't see us. So
I can't see you guys
if
either.
it's not corrected, are you okay with proceeding with the hearing if the inmates can't see us?
Yes, that's fine with me. I can't see you guys either. I'm not sure if I'm even supposed to though, so. But yeah.
I'm gonna try one thing on this device as well.
Okay.
Because I can hardly hear.
Now I can't hear you. Come on.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Can you see me?
I can see you. We're all set.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Guanyar, I believe that we're going to see, and I know you don't know me, but I'm taking place of Officer Logan for now so that we can get started.
Okay.
I'm not,
Scerba, right?
I'm just trying to help out. So we're going to see, if I'm not mistaken, Scerba first,
Scerba, you got it. I'll grab them.
and then Vega, and then Mastrogiovanni.
Yep. Yep. That sounds great.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Now it's frozen again.
No, you're all set. Going here with me. Have a seat right there on the, here against the wall, and you'll be all set.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, sir. We'll be with you shortly, okay?
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Can you see us?
I can see one person on the larger screen, that's all.
Hold on one sec.
Okay,
You can see the boardroom now?
yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. And are you all set to proceed?
Sure, thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning, Mr. Scerba.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, January 31st, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning. I'm panel member Barry.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Also in attendance is Office of Victim Service Advocate Hamlet Williams. Mr. Scerba, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Stefan Scerba, and my inmate number is 417251.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Stefan Scerba, 417251. He is serving a sentence of 18 years flat for evading responsibility resulting in death and negligent homicide with a motor vehicle. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 17, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed voices, tier 2. He's enrolled in college and he completed a carpentry program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Scerba, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay. Thank you for your time and consideration and the opportunity to speak. I understand that parole is a privilege that only a few are blessed with. First and foremost, I extend my sincere apologies to Mr. Crane's family and friends. I've spent countless hours and sleepless nights processing the impact of my actions, and I'm so sorry for the unimaginable pain and suffering I have forced them to endure. Knowing that I am the source of their pain grieves my soul, and I pray that they may find it in their hearts to forgive me. I take full responsibility for my actions and inactions for not doing more. I have recently lost both of my grandfathers and often find myself thinking about Mr. Crane's grandchild growing up without a grandfather. These thoughts break my heart since some of my fondest memories were with my grandfathers. Knowing that I have robbed him of these memories is devastating. Words are wholly inadequate and could never express the extent of my sorrow and remorse, nor will they bring back Mr. Crane. One small consolation I can make is a promise I have made to myself and God that Mr. Crane's life will not be lost in vain. I had an addiction, and because of that addiction, life was lost. I promised to honor Mr. Crane's life by turning my life around and to use my experiences to make a positive difference in the lives of others. I live out this promise every day by tutoring others in school and helping those still struggling with addiction. Today, my addiction-free life is incredible. It is filled with meaning, purpose, a vision for the future, and long-term goals, everything I lacked in the past. I have earned many accomplishments in prison and discovered my passion lies in physics and mathematics. I've spent thousands of hours poring over college textbooks, and when granted parole, I will obtain my degree in aerospace engineering. I am now a far cry from the person I once was. I see each day as filled with possibilities and opportunities as I look forward to my future. I also look forward to showing my family and friends the new me while helping them to grow and better their lives. I have turned what most inmates would call a negative experience coming to prison into a positive and the single greatest opportunity of my life. I appreciate your time in granting me parole, and I will make the best of my opportunity, and there are no excuses for my actions. Again, I do not expect forgiveness, but please accept my apologies. If you have any questions, I would be happy to address them now.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Scerba, for preparing that statement. And we heard you express remorse for your victims, and you are absolutely right. This is a tragic case. We're happy to see that you have taken every opportunity to turn your life around, and we do in fact have questions after reviewing all of your information submitted. So what will happen is each of us will take turns asking you those questions. When we're done, we will deliberate and give you our decision. Oh, actually, we do have victim input. So when we're done with our questions with you, we'll turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate, Mrs. Williams, and you will sit there and listen and not interrupt. And then we will deliberate and give you our decision. Okay?
Thank you.
If you have any questions, you're welcome. Mr. Pohl will start with the questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Scerba.
Good morning.
So the offense here, you were behind the wheel. I mean, it's not here, but based on what's your background, so you're more than likely using drugs at the time.
Yes, sir.
And what were you using?
Heroin.
And I have it that you're on 2 bundles a day.
Yeah, at least.
So that's a pretty good habit, or not habit, but because it's not a habit. That's a great deal of use.
Yes, sir.
And in this particular case, what happened? I know that I read the official account here, but what happened there?
So I was at the house that day attempting to help Mr. Crane. He had called me and asked me to do some work on a truck that he had there. I went there to assist him, and throughout the he had asked me where the keys were to one of the vehicles, and I could not find the keys. He freaked out. He went in the house, grabbed a gun, came out, threatened both me and my girlfriend, put the gun to both of us and said he was going to kill us. He then instructed me to get in the truck and pull it in the back of the house because the key that was missing was for a separate van, not the truck. I was completely emotional, scared. I got in the truck. Instead of turning directly into the driveway, I kept going down the road, and I realized, wait, my girlfriend's back there. I slammed on the brakes and put the truck in reverse and to drive backwards. and I ended up sideswiping a vehicle, lost control. The truck spun around and struck both of them.
And it was very tragic what
Yes.
happened. So a great deal of that centered in substance use. And I know that the parole officer during the interview talked to you about a recovery plan.
Yes.
So can you talk a little bit more about that with us?
Yeah, sure. So upon release, I have a great support system of friends and family. I also plan on attending an NA meeting outside of Yale in New Haven. I plan on totally eliminating any old friends, people, places, and things. And I have really a big part of my addiction so my addiction began as self-medication. I was discontent, depressed, wasn't happy with my life. Since then, I have found meaning and purpose, and that is going to be a huge part of my recovery.
Right. So it's great that you have family, friends. Are they, any of them in recovery?
Well, my father was an alcoholic. He hasn't drank for, I believe, like 25 or 30 years now. But
Meetings
no,
or anything like that?
No, he's been sober all on his own.
And
no one.
have you gone to any meetings inside?
Oh yes, yes. Throughout my entire bid, up until just recently, the meetings now fall in the evening when I have college courses. So.
Okay, but you were going to meetings.
Oh yes, yeah. My entire bid.
So what would you do on the outside if you had because you still want to continue to go to school?
Yeah.
How about if does college conflict with meetings?
No, I will make that work. Yeah, there's meetings all day long. Whether I have to hit a meeting in an afternoon one day instead of the evening, I will make that work. There are meetings all the time.
Have you tried to go at recovery before?
In the past, I've done some inpatient treatments. I believe the reason why I never attended meetings regularly in the past. This time around, everything is completely different. My outlook on life, like I said, that meaning and purpose that I now have. Yeah.
Where'd you go to inpatient?
I went to one time, I believe it was the App Center in Bridgeport. I did one at Holbrook, and I believe that's in Fairfield. And then I also went to, there's one in Middletown. I forget what it's called.
Rushford?
It's across from there. It's in that same complex. CVH,
Connecticut
yes.
Valley?
Yeah, yes.
So obviously you started to go down that road. Meetings weren't enough before.
I've never attended meetings regularly in the past.
In terms of, right, regularly.
Yeah.
So I think that's the road that you were going down, is that's what became problematic.
Yeah.
And different this time, what about those pro-social relationships that you need to have? What's your plan in developing that so you have somebody in your life that understands what you're going through?
Oh, I plan on getting a sponsor and being in regular contact with that sponsor.
Going to put a network of people in your life that are in recovery?
Yes, 100%. Yeah, I'm 100% committed to my recovery. I have to put my recovery before anything. If I decide to just go to college and skip my NA group for the night, if I put my college before my recovery and I slip back and start using again, that ruins everything. It's going to undermine all of my progress I have made up till here, and I'm not willing to do that. I love the person that I am today, so I want to continue to grow and help others.
That's something that's really important to remember. That right there. Because people don't come back to jail because of what they do. They come back to jail because of what they don't do.
Yes.
You know that.
Yes.
You've taken tier 2,
Yes,
which
sir.
helped probably renewed some of the things you had learned previously.
Mhm. Yeah.
You're thinking about those things that are different now?
Do I think about things differently since taking the tier 2 program?
Right.
Yes. Yeah. Tier 2 really opened my eyes to a lot of my personal faults. It made me realize that my addiction began, like I stated earlier, as self-medication, and it evolved from there. It began as self-medication to make me help me with depression and maybe get over an event in my life that I just wanted to run from. And it just evolved from there and turned into this giant thing that then had this grip on me and I could not escape. And I've learned plenty of tools to now help me to never go back to my old ways.
What are some of those tools?
Changing my people, places, and things, regularly attending meetings.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by changing my people, places, and things?
So all of the people that I used to hang out with in the past, if I continue to hang out with those people, or if I continue to maybe go to the places where I used to use drugs, being in those environments and around those people, those memories of what I have done in the past with those people and at those places trigger things in the brain, pathways that make you want to go back and do those things again. I can't do that.
So what do you do instead?
Instead, I find healthy alternatives. I'm going to be, like I said, enrolled in college. I am going to be working out. I'm going to be doing a lot of outdoor activities, hunting or fishing. Yeah.
I mean, that's important. And one of the big ones is replacing those friends with people that actually are concerned about your welfare, right?
Yes, sir.
You have no disciplinary reports during this incarceration, and you want to sponsor your mother's house, right?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything that you can think of that you might need that hasn't been talked about when it comes to going back into the community?
No, sir. I think I have everything I need. I have an awesome support system, great people around me, a good mindset, a vision for my future.
I don't want to go deep into this because this is being broadcast, but have you dealt with mentally and emotionally what you did here?
I have.
Been incarcerated, or?
Yes, I have dealt with it personally, just myself. Upon release, I would definitely like to talk to a therapist or a psychologist. Okay. I have absolutely no problem with that.
All right. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. So, Mr. Scerba, I just want to piggyback on some of the questions that my colleague asked you. In your opening statement, you made reference to your losing your grandfathers.
Yes.
Were those both by natural causes?
Yeah, cancer.
Right. So it's kind of, I mean, when you expect it, I think it hits a little differently. You know, it still hurts, but it's not
Yeah.
as painful as losing someone tragically and unexpectedly. So I really don't think that you can compare the pain that the victims may have experienced because of this loss. But I understand what you were trying to say. Just be mindful in that they're two different things. And one of the things that stood out to me in your opening, another thing that stood out in your opening statement was the fact that you said you had an addiction. You know, you ever heard the saying, once an addict, always an addict? So
Yes,
this is
ma'am.
something that you'll have to compete with or combat the rest of your life. You know, it's always going to be your fallback plan, especially when things are difficult in life. And I would suspect that your life will be completely different than you knew it prior to going into the prison. So let's talk about why you were using drugs on probation.
Okay.
How long had you been on probation, or were you participating in treatment when you were out there?
So my probation, I believe the duration was 3 years. And I was going to, I believe they had me going to there was a MCCA, which is the program through probation. I did that, and I was also, I believe, during that same time frame at a methadone program.
Okay. Were you on the methadone program? And yes.
Not at this point in time, no.
Not now, but at
When
the time
that happened, when the event occurred, no.
Okay. All right. And so you were supposed to be participating in treatment, but you were not showing up? Because I mean, I'm just trying to get an understanding of what was going on.
Yes, I believe that I had violated my probation. I might have been a dirty urine, and I feared I would get a dirty urine, so I stopped showing up. It was one of the two. And yeah, at that point, I was just doing my own thing. I stopped going to any programs. I stopped reporting to parole, and that.
But how quickly after being sentenced did you start back using drugs? What was the time period?
I would say it was probably fairly quickly, maybe within 4 to 4 months. It wasn't a significant amount of time.
And so tell me why the probation wasn't really a deterrent for you.
I believe at that point in time, I was still telling myself lies that I didn't have a problem. I was fooling myself, telling myself, look, you can do this on the weekends. You'll be fine. Like, as long as you go to work, it's okay. I would tell myself these lies and justify my behaviors. But every time, obviously, the drugs get the hold of you. It might take a month or 6 months, but eventually they do.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, now you do recognize that, you know, your substance abuse problem was problematic. And so, I mean, just based on this experience alone, going forward, I would be careful with using words like I had an addiction because, again, this tragedy happened because you couldn't control your substance abuse. So really quickly, after you committed this offense, you took money from the victim's wallet and you went to a bar.
Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't you render aid? Or why didn't you call 911?
So that day I had no cell phone on me. I had no way to call anyone. There was someone next door at a business or a neighbor that heard the commotion, and he was walking over, and I told him, I made sure that I told him to call the police, and I
So
also.
why didn't you stay then? Why didn't you stay?
because I knew that I had my violation of probation, and as soon as they got there, that I would be going to jail, and my addiction wanted me to use drugs again before going to prison. I was
That makes sense.
looking
though,
to
but
get a quick fix.
that makes sense. That makes more sense to me than, I think you told the parole officer that you knew that you were going to get in trouble, and you saw that they were breathing, and so you kept going. And which was, I was, floored by that statement. But so tell me what injuries your then girlfriend sustained. Does she have any long-term effects from being run over?
Yes, she has issues with her wrist right now. So I believe it's some neurological issues. There might be something pinched in her wrist, so she gets numbness in her pinky and index finger, and that really bothers her. And I believe she has issues with TBI, which would be a traumatic brain injury.
Okay. All right. And I saw in the packet of information that your attorney submitted that you two have spoken since this all happened.
Yes.
And what's her take on your request? Well, your first of all, I saw that you requested a sentence modification, and that was denied just last year. And I'm going to talk to you about that. But what's her take on your wanting to be released early? Does she think that you are deserving?
Oh, very much so. Yes. Yeah, she's supportive.
Okay. All right. And so what premise did you request the sentence mod under?
I don't know exactly what the premise my lawyer used, but I know we were trying to do it. My stepfather is having serious back issues, and they need someone around the house, and they own a business. They need someone to help with the business. He can't do it on his own anymore. We were trying to, yeah.
Okay. All right. So I understand that now. You just wanted 2 years off of your 18 years. Tell me what the 2 years would do.
It would have made me immediately eligible at that point to see you guys. Yeah.
Okay. All right. One last question, and then I'm done. I see that you really have taken advantage of all the programs that DOC has had to offer. I heard you speaking with my colleague about your substance abuse and what you intend to do when you're released. Does Brooklyn offer a Tier 4 program?
No.
Okay. All right. Have you always been housed in Brooklyn?
No, I was at, since I was sentenced, I've been at mostly Cheshire.
So I'm just curious to know why you didn't participate in Tier 4. You did the Tier 2 opposed to Tier 4. I know your drug score is a 3, but.
Yeah, it was never offered. You had to have a higher drug score. So I did the Tier 2 drug program. And then in addition, after doing the Tier 2 drug program, I spoke with the teacher that did the program, and I facilitated with him. I went and I helped him administer the Tier 2 program to other groups of people.
Good. That's good. I saw that you did receive several. I've counted 58 pages of support letters from your friends and family. I see that you completed several Bible courses since you've been in there, and you completed the business education program in addition to the carpentry. So you really have been busy in there, and I really do hope that you've gained some insight and some tools to be that you can utilize when you're released out into the community, because this crime, sir, was, when I read the PSI and it said that basically you intended to do this, I cringed, it's very inhumane. And I'm happy to hear now, though, that you understand the magnitude of your actions and that you accept responsibility. So I appreciate your answering my questions. Ms. Chance, do you have questions for Mr. Scerba?
Yes, one or two. So, Mr. Scerba, I listened to your opening comments, and you said that you take full responsibility for your lack of actions. So if you could clarify what you mean by that, and then I will follow up with another question.
Yeah, so what I meant by, I take full responsibility for my actions and my failure to do more. In the situation after this occurred, there was more I could have done. As Miss Berry said, I could have stayed. I could have done more to make sure help got to the victims. So there was more I could have done.
So this is where I have a concern, Mr. Scerba, because the PSI, you told the probation officer that you decided to run over victim 1, and you put your vehicle in reverse and went back and hit him, but you also hit victim 2. So, you hit both of them, and then you get out your vehicle, you go back, you went and you took money and the debit card from victim 1, and then you walked over to victim 2. You saw that she was breathing but unconscious, and at the same time, someone heard the noise and came out, and you indicated to call 911, and then you took off and went to the Easy Bar or something like that, Speak Easy Bar, and you were there for an hour and a half. So that is concerning to me, because in your conversation with the parole officer, you said that, when you took off, you realized you left your girlfriend. So you sort of went back to get her, but you didn't. You still took off and left her. So that was concerning to me, Mr. Scerba. Also, you said you last drank, it was like 8 years ago, but the night of the accident, you went to the bar, and I don't understand how your drug score is a 3 if you had such a serious addiction to heroin. So can you explain that?
Well, the drug score is, that's administered by DOC. They do that number, but 8 years ago, that drink that day at the bar was my last drink. That was 8 years, just over 8 years ago now.
But when you went into DOC,
Yes.
it wasn't 8, right?
My drug.
Go ahead.
What was it,
I'm
ma'am?
sorry.
No, you're okay. Yeah, when I came into
I said
DOC,
when you went into DOC, it wasn't 8 years ago.
yes, it was. Yeah,
Well,
I went to the day after this occurred.
Right, but it wasn't 8 years ago that you had your last drink.
Ms. Chance, he's saying that since he was been in the facility, that was the last time he took a drink, not 8 years prior to the offense occurring. Is that right, Mr. Scerba?
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Okay. So, I appreciate the fact that you have taken, the Tier 2 program and the OS program and, the carpentry and all of that. I would have liked to have seen you taking the Tier 4 program. And I noticed that you are on the list to participate in the MAC program.
Yes. They have me on that list for, yeah. That's for It's something, it's a number, I guess you can get put on there so that when you are released, they release you with, like a Narcan, just certain items so that, yeah. I'm not
So,
planning on doing methadone or anything in here.
yeah. So the other concerning factor was, you know, in your opening comments, you did not talk about a relapse prevention plan. It wasn't until my colleague, Mr. Cole, questioned you in detail that you did say that. And for me, that was an important factor that you did not say on your own. For me, that was concerning.
Okay.
And I noticed you also had your license restored.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Mr. Scerba, you certainly taking most of the appropriate programs. I still say Tier 4 would have been more appropriate for you because then it would have addressed your relapse prevention plan when you go back in the community. But I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Scerba, our questions are done, and we're going to turn the hearing over, to our victim's advocate, Mrs. Hamlet Williams, for victim input. Please don't interrupt, just listen. Thank you so much. Good morning, Mrs. Williams.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, panel. Thank you for having me. I did hear from, both victims in this case, the victim's daughter for victim number 1 and victim number 2 as well. Victim number 2 left me a voice message, so I can support what the inmate stated in regards to her being in support of his early release on parole. Victim number 1's daughter sent a statement, and it reads, I write this letter to plead with you not to release Stefan any sooner than he was sentenced. His charges were reduced already. He had an opportunity to leave that day, and he returned to murder him. He deserves all the time he was sentenced to, and not a day less. I know my father had a past, but that doesn't make his life any less valuable. Stefan has a past also, and he's lucky to get an opportunity to live his life. My father does not. I have had 2 children since my father's death, and I cry often thinking about all the love he is missing out on from them. At the time of his death, he was getting his life in order and starting a business. He had written a will a few weeks prior, leaving all that he had to St. Jude's Medical Center. He was such an awesome father to me, and we had a great relationship. He was literally my best friend, and I could tell him anything, and he supported me through it all. I have suffered so much from this loss. I never felt pain like this before. It was truly unbearable at times. I couldn't be left alone for 6 months following his death because the grief was so intense. I had to attend therapy and be put on an anti-anxiety medication to be able to get through the day-to-day. Watching my family suffer as well was gut-wrenching. Please, just let Stefan finish out his sentence. He's lucky to be getting released at some point. My father is never coming back. God bless. Sincerely, daughter of the victim. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams. Okay, so I think we all would agree that victim number 2 is very gracious, and that is definitely a blessing to Mr. Scerba, but rightfully so. I can also appreciate victim 1's daughter in her position. So we appreciate the victim input. Give us a few minutes, sir, to talk about your case, and we will deliberate and give you our decision. Mr. Cole, what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and of course, victim input is important here, and when we lose somebody, you can understand the things that people miss out in life.
Mm-hmm.
That's why before we even heard from victims in this case. It's the tragic nature of what happened. You know, reads through the whole file. Mr. Scerba has come into DOC, has addressed his substance use addiction problems through Tier 2, through meetings prior to the courses that he's taken, with plans of doing it in the community. I heard fellow board members talk about Tier 4, which would have been a good program, but is not offered in either Cheshire or Brooklyn.
Right.
So often you have to make do with what you have.
Yep.
You know, so that's important. I think one of the telltale signs when somebody's turning the corner and entering recovery is what they do with others. And tutoring others with GEDs is an incredibly positive thing. I saw the certificates of appreciation from Addiction Services for Mr. Scerba co-facilitating, presenting in the Tier 2 programs after he went through. I think one of the other things that is incredibly positive is, you know, the recidivism goes down when education goes up. And the commitment to school, the evaluations, while Mr. Scerba's been in school, are excellent. He's doing very well. He's his carpentry vocation, vocational development there. He's also achieved excellent ratings as he has with Tier 2. He has no disciplinary reports when it comes to the instruments that we use to look at recidivism. He rates out low, moderate in a couple of different in a couple of those different tools, with criminal attitude and behavior being one of the things that's cited in one of those tools. And if I'm looking at offender change, I've definitely heard a change in attitude. Obviously, through incarceration, I've seen a change in behavior, which is important in looking at this. One of the other things that's here is a flat sentence and supervision in the community to provide support while we're transitioning is incredibly important, especially in cases involving substance use and other things, so that something's there and the offender's able to see a parole officer or probation officer during the time period, so that they can continue to check in with their release back into the community. As planned when it comes to school, and he voiced and understands that even though his right now there's a conflict between his college classes and the NA meeting that's offered at the facility. He understands that there are several NA meetings in the community. several 12-step meetings in the community. So if that's the case with college classes that he enrolls in when he comes out here, there is the opportunity to go to other meetings that fall within a time period that he can attend. Wants to sponsor to his mother in Oxford, and based upon all of the things that I've mentioned, I would support his parole in this case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pohl. I agree with much of what you have said. I mean, in terms of suitability for Mr. Scerba, I do believe that he does meet the criteria. However, the nature of this crime is so very tragic. And while I can appreciate all the efforts that he has put forward to turn his life around, the nature of this crime is too much for me to to say I support his discretionary parole today. So, and while I can also appreciate the information shared from the victims, that makes it may feel a little bit better in terms of at least she's surviving and she's still living with her injuries and she's gone on with her life, and so that makes that provides some sort of I guess a peace of mind that she's still able to live her life. However, the fact that this young man tragically killed a man and walked away, which will never change, is very daunting. And so just based on the nature and circumstance of the crime, I would not be able to support discretionary parole today. Again, in terms of suitability, I just want to be clear. Suitability, yes. The nature of the crime, very, very difficult to overlook. So I definitely wouldn't deny him until 2033, which is what I show his estimated release date to be. But I would entertain him returning after a little more time is served. So Ms. Chance, what are your thoughts?
So, Madam Chair, I do have to say, I agree that Mr. Scerba has done well. He has not had any DRs, and he has taken all the appropriate programs. But I must say, I was just concerned had Mr. Scerba acknowledged the real truth about the day of the accident. I would have thought more about, really believing some of the things that he has said today. I do know that there's a changing attitude and behavior, but again, of concern to me was not being truthful about how this incident occurred that resulted in the death of victim one. And, in his opening comments, I was concerned that he did not have a relapse prevention plan that he spoke about. And it wasn't until my colleague, Mr. Cole, questioned him that he verbalized it on the record. And so, despite that he is suitable because he has completed appropriate programs, I feel that due to the nature and circumstances of the offense, that I would not be in favor of discretionary parole today. However, I would support a rehear date for Mr. Scerba.
Okay. We realize that there's not really much more for you to do in there, Mr. Scerba. but I would suggest that you continue working on yourself, sir. And Miss Chance, I honestly would, he is not eligible for parole until June of 2025. And I would have him come back in June of 2026, 1 year from now. And that would give him still quite a bit of time on supervision should another panel decide to grant his discretionary parole. So that's a little over 15 months, is it right?
Yeah. I would also like to see Mr. Scerba actually write out all the plans that he has for when he goes back in the community in the form of a relapse prevention plan. And I say that because Mr. Scerba was on probation and was not attending his treatment program. So I would like to see him have a really good relapse prevention plan, which he mentioned some of the things that he would do today. But I would actually like to see him have that down on paper.
I think that he really does seem to have a handle on his addiction. I mean, we know that there are drugs in the prison, and he hasn't been using any in there. But I do understand your concerns, Ms. Chance, and I hope that Mr. Scerba is listening. So I'm going to make the official motion with regard to Stefan Scerba 417251. There is a motion to deny discretionary parole for the nature and circumstance of the offense. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All those
Aye.
opposed?
No,
Okay. So the record will reflect that Mr. Pohl is is in favor of your early release, sir. We're going to rehear you in June of 2026. Just continue working on yourself, sir. We understand that you're overcoming the nature of this crime will never change, but I do believe that this is so serious and that a life was lost that it does warrant continued incarceration. So I appreciate your time and effort, and we wish you all the best.
Oh, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thanks.
You're all set, Mr. Scerba. Fournier, can I please get Mr. Vega?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm going to leave the meeting briefly and come right back.
Okay.
Right there, and they'll be with you. Okay?
This one you, Mr.
Mr. Vega, we'll be with you shortly. Give us a couple of minutes.
All right.
Is this
Thank you.
yours? The one coming up?
no, I just did that one.
Oh, the chair, sorry.
All set, Madam Chair? Panel? Set? All set, panel?
I'm good.
Yes.
All set, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Vega.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, January 31st, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm panel member Barry, having some
Morning,
technical
Mike Poole.
difficulties, sorry.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning.
Also present is Office of Victim Service Advocate Hamlet Williams. Mr. Vega, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Raymond Vega, 398194.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Raymond Vega, 398194. He is serving a sentence of 9 years, 261 days for manslaughter first, 2 years, 1 day consecutive for carrying a pistol without a permit, and 103 days consecutive for failure to appear second. His total effective sentence is 12 years, followed by 10 years special parole. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of July 25th, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed good intentions, bad choices, individual therapy, the SRG program, voices, anger management, the young adult offender program, and he has completed programs within the TRUE unit. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Vega, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I can start right now.
Yeah,
No, you can start right now, Mr. Vega.
Or I started writing this letter at the start of the holiday season. As I sat on my bunk wishing I was with my loved ones for the holidays, I thought of Mr. Rivera's family. I thought about how they will not be able to spend the holidays with him due to my decisions to carry a gun. I would like to start this letter by doing what I should have done on October 24th of 2018, not because it was not in my heart, but because I did not have the courage to, nor did I understand the gravity of my actions. Therefore, I want to sincerely apologize for the pain I had inflicted to Mr. Rivera's family. I want the family to know that I acknowledge the reality that anything I say or do could never get back what I have taken from them. My hope is that I can give the family some closure today and begin a healing process. I have spent a great deal of time reflecting on my past decisions and negative behaviors. Included with that is the reflection upon what I have put the family through. You were undeserving of my actions, unsettled emotions, and poor decisions. I am not the impressionable, impulsive teenager that I portrayed 10 years ago. Back then, I was going through a difficult time in my life and was making horrible decisions, but during the course of my incarceration, I have been able to step back and reevaluate those poor decisions. I have gone to great length to rehabilitate myself and become a better person. I have used my time in here productively and have done extensive self-reflection, which enabled me to over the inner conflicts and adversity I have faced throughout my entire life. This was done taking several programs. Taking anger management has taught me how to be aware of my triggers, along with teaching me steps that I could take to control my anger. It has taught me how to channel my anger towards something positive and talk about my feelings in a proper manner rather than being impulsive. I practice these tools every single day while I remain incarcerated, and I can honestly say they work. I am also grateful to have met the people that have helped me become successful. Without their love, help, and support, I would not be the man I am today, and I genuinely appreciate everyone that has helped me. Also, I have completed several programs that has helped me develop to the man I am today. One of the programs that helped me change is called Reflections. Reflection gave me the opportunity to do some introspection within myself. it has given me the strength to look in the mirror and face my fears. This program contained a lot of useful information I have used in my daily life, such as recognizing my morals, value, decision makings, and sympathy for others. Taking this program has helped me realize the importance of life and taught me to be more aware when it comes to my thoughts and decisions. The program that stands out the most to me is the True program. I was mentioning the True program in Cheshire since May 7th, 2019 to June 11th of 2022, which I have completed and graduated. This program has helped me find my true potential and purpose. And while in the program, the staff and mentors and I have worked endlessly to ensure that I have a bright future outside these prison walls. I have made a lot of mistakes in the past, and I am ashamed to admit to them. I just want to be able to show you, Mr. Rivera family, the community, and my family that I have changed for the better. Seeing how much pain I have caused my mother due to me being incarcerated made me realize how bad my decision in life had affected the people that love and care about me. As for my siblings, they all look up to me, and I just want to be a positive, influential role model for them. I was never there for them the way they wanted me to be, and it hurts because I realize now how much they really love me. I want to be able to show them how much I have grown and changed since the day of my mistake. I will show them how far I have come through this journey. I will most certainly demonstrate my change from the young, naive teenager that I used to be to the responsible man that I have grown to be. In addition, I have also taken the liberty to extend my knowledge and education within these prison walls. I have accomplished many things such as receiving my GED and working towards my associate's degree. Also, I have demonstrated my commitment to self-growth by completing my OAP programs as well as an abundance of voluntary programs. Throughout my participation in these programs, I have been able to improve on my outlook of life by realizing the responsibility I have to my family and my community. I have developed a strong sense of empathy, sympathy, and awareness for the impact of my action that I had on the family of Mr. Rivera as well as the community. I had put my destructive tendencies behind me, which used to lead to my negative behavior in the past. Preparing for this hearing has caused me to reflect a lot on my relationship or lack thereof with my father. My father also served a lot of time in prison, which caused him to be in and out of my life constantly. His actions has had many consequences to my upbringing, most importantly, who I accepted as father figures and role models. When I was 13 years old, I started hanging around older dudes. They gave me a sense of being accepted and loved by them. I realized now they were giving me what my father could not give me. However, they were showing and teaching me the game of streets, which included carrying a gun at all times so that people can respect and fear me. This is how I began to carry a gun. Now I know everything they taught and showed me was a lie. Carrying a gun only brought pain and stress to myself, my family, Mr. Rivera, and his family, as well as our community. Eventually, my decision to carry a gun caused me to lose myself to the streets. Though ignored an excuse, I never thought I would ever use a gun until the day I took Mr. Rivera's life. I know I can't take that back. Sorry doesn't fix that. What I can say today is that I will never carry a gun again, and this is how I plan on showing my remorse to Mr. Rivera family for what I took from them. So far, my short life has been defined by one accident, taking Mr. Rivera family life. I have also talked hard about the type of man I want to be, the example I want to set for my siblings, the type of son I want to be to my mother. As painful as my thoughts are, I know they do not compare to the thoughts, feelings, and memories of Mr. Rivera family must continue to endure. I understand my apologies are never going to be enough. I must and will live my life full of remorse for what I have done. That means change. That means taking full responsibility for my actions. That means owning my narrative and doing something with the second chance I will have in my life. One day, I hope you can find forgiveness in your heart for me. It is easy to define people by their actions, and I simplify that. However, it will be an honor to be perceived differently by you. I will give anything to prove to you that I am not the impulsive person you learned to know through suffering by my action. If I could go back in time and make things better, I would do it without no hesitation. I make no excuses for my past, and I take full responsibility for my horrible actions. I am sorry that I could not undo the trouble I had created.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vega, for that statement. We appreciate the remorse that you've expressed, and you're sharing with us the ways in which you've grown and how it's impacted your victim's family and your life as well. So what will happen here today is each of us will take an opportunity to ask questions. When we're done with our questions, we'll turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate, Mrs. Williams, for victim statement, and then we will deliberate and give you our decision. Okay? Best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to start with the questions. What's interesting about your opening statement, Mr. Vega, is that you fail to reference any of your disciplinary infractions. And while you have participated in a number of positive programs, you've also accumulated 7 disciplinary infractions instead, with the last one being in in March of last year for THC.
Yes.
Why did you get so many tickets, sir?
Well, the intoxication for March was due to, not gonna lie to you, due to stress, depression, calling home and finding out that my cousin committed suicide. Then my other little cousin got killed. Then my uncle passed away due to an overdose. So the depression started kicking in, and that's when I started just using marijuana to get high and stuff like that to numb the pain.
Okay, so you used in January of 24/2. Was that why that was still like it was a continuation?
Yes.
Of your trying to self-medicate? So tell me about the fighting tickets that you've received.
So the fighting ticket,
Fighting tickets. You have more than one.
My first fighting ticket was in 2016 in Corrigan when I was in SRG. It was due to me having an argument with one of the victims' friends. They went back to they was best friends since high school, and he just couldn't be in the same place with me, so he told me that, and I had to defend myself. So what about
the more recent ones? What about the one in 2024? You had one in 2022, 2 in 2022.
The 2022 was it was not a fight, it was more of 2 against 1, and
So you're saying that you were jumped?
Yes.
And what about the fight in 2024?
The 2024 also was a friend from the victim family.
Okay. And so how do you plan on encountering the victim's friends and family when you return to the community?
But my best way right now, if I get granted parole, I'm trying to move out of Connecticut.
And do you have support in other states?
Yes, I have my grandfather that lives in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Then I have my sister that lives in New York too.
Okay. And so, Mr. Vega, the 2 things that we've discussed today, it really all go back to lifing. You said that you were stressed out because of losing family members, and so you self-medicated to try to suppress the pain. And when you had these fights, you're saying that people from your past or your victim, the deceased victim's family, are all approaching you, and you have to defend yourself, kind of thing. What it says to me is that the continued violence and the poor decision making, while you've participated in positive programs, and you said that you will be able to utilize the things that you've learned and apply them to your daily life, I really don't see very much evidence of you doing that when you're in the facility. Regardless of where you are, life is going to be stressful, and we have to learn to deal with it as it comes. Death is a part of life. You know, unfortunately, suicide is, you know, that's something that's occurring more frequently. We know more about it. Unfortunately, you know, that's just what this world has become. And I don't know if you are able to avoid being in any other problems or causing any other crimes because you're fearful of your life because of what you've done, and you don't know how to manage stressful situations. So the way I see it is, okay, you're back in the community, you're going to acquire another firearm because you have to protect yourself because you don't know who you're going to encounter, and then someone else loses their life again. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's all a cycle. It's all, this is very concerning behavior. Explain to us, so wait, I'm gonna stop for a second. You were in the True Unit, you said from May 7th of 19 to June 11th, 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you kicked out because of your theft ticket?
Yes.
What did you steal?
It was, if I'm the app, it was, I think it was $120 of commissary food.
Why did you do that?
Just helping a friend. It was like the dumbest. It was just a dumb mistake I committed. Something I regret to this day.
Yeah, Mr. Vega, with a crime like yours, you cannot continue to make poor decisions. I mean, your sentences are just going to be longer. You're so young and you are able to turn your life around, but you have to learn to navigate life without making poor decisions. You talk throughout your entire statement about your destructive tendencies and how you had horrible decision making and you couldn't control your anger, and you had shame. You brought shame to yourself and your family, and the pain just because your siblings look up to you and your moral values, all this stuff that you're talking about. And then you have all these tickets. How am I supposed to believe what you're telling me today is the truth?
I learned from my mistakes already, and every day I gotta learn from them. I think about them every day. I wish I could just go back and fix them, but I'm not saying I'm perfect, but.
No, we're not asking you to be perfect, but we do have to have some sort of evidence that you've changed, sir. And unfortunately, when we balance out your disciplinary infractions versus the programs that you've participated in the manner in which you've participated in them, it's very difficult to gauge that change. It's very difficult to see that you have truly changed. And we understand that being in prison is a very different space. We understand that. But in terms of our determining a person's suitability for early release, we look at a number of things. And one is the nature of the crime, the level of risk, which you rate out low, the number of disciplinary infractions that the person has incurred, and what their release plan is. The evidence of change, and we gauge change by program participation and your behavior in the facility, and the two don't mesh. They just don't add up. So I'm confused at this point in terms of who Mr. Vega truly is. Is he the person that he wrote about in that letter, or is he the person that I'm reading about on this paper? You know, it still sounds like you have some work to do, sir. You have to prove yourself. And by the way, congratulations on receiving your GED. I understand that test is very difficult, and I'm happy to see that you pursued your education and you're continuing to pursue your education, and that you want to do that when you leave the facility. Sounds like you really do have some goals and you want to do better. It's just putting your money where your mouth is, basically. So I really don't have any other questions for you. Ms. Chance, do you have questions?
You know, Madam Chair, I totally agree with everything that you're saying. Mr. Vega has taken so many programs, and I'm looking back at in September of 2019, he took the anger management program, but then he ended up getting 2 tickets for fighting in September 2022 and February of 2024. So it is very concerning that he has taken really great programs, but and he's indicated how helpful they've been, but the tickets is preventing him from really demonstrating what he's truly learned in the program. So I do agree with you, Madam Chair. He has some more work that he has to do.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Pohl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Vega.
Good morning.
So I don't want to diminish what you've accomplished since been inside and all your work with the True Unit and such. And there's setbacks, I give you great condolences for the losses that you've had in the last year or so. Thing is that I'm asked to arrive at suitability, which I have to look at things that you've accomplished, but for me, it's like I look at most recently as well. And I would encourage you to do something with addiction services. Because the thing is like, if we're out in the community and we suffer losses, and the first thing that we do is turn to a substance to manage our feelings and what we're going through, how fast does that go down a really slippery slope? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I really believe that you can continue to turn it around. You've got some college behind you and things like that. And plans realistic in terms of employment right away. Taking care of things as you go out, the 2 businesses that you talked about are businesses that are felon friendly, that would give you an opportunity in the community for employment, and continuing to pursue that business administration degree, and eventually open your own barbershop. Really, it's a good plan. It's a good plan, right? But it's like what I have in front of me is a manslaughter first, and with the disciplinary reports that are there, I just can't get there today. But I don't want to diminish all of the work that you've done and all of the change that's occurred, because it's been good stuff. Right? And I encourage you to continue to do the same, right? I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. So at this time, Mr. Vega, we're going to turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate. Good morning, Mrs. Williams, once more.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I do have 2 statements to read for you today, and there should have been some statements that were sent in by various family members for the board's review. The first statement I will read is from the mother of the victim, and it reads, I, the mother of Julius M. Rivera, want to let you know that since 2015, my family life has been shattered. We all are still grieving, still hurt, broken, and lost with the loss of Julius. It took me 2 years to get myself together and back to work and some sort of normal life. We are not ready, nor do we feel safe enough to have this man that's responsible for our sorrow to be out in the streets. Once again, my family will have to be looking over our shoulder, wondering if we are next. Please do not let him free. Next statement reads, I am the oldest sister of Julius Rivera. I would appreciate it if the board would deny this cold-hearted murderer from being granted early release. I have been in great pain since the death of my little brother. This individual showed no remorse of killing my brother in front of 2 little girls who my brother was bringing a scooter outside for so they could play. He could have shot one of those kids. He doesn't deserve freedom. He deserves to die in jail with no calls or visits to his friends and family. My brother does not have the pleasure of that. We have to visit him in a graveyard. We can never see or talk to Julius ever again. His daughter, who was 10 years old and was 6 months old at the time of his killing, can never experience life with my brother, who was a great dad for 6 months and would have kept being if he was still alive. This individual left my family broken, and every day we wake up with an emptiness in our hearts due to this person taking his life, trying to play God's role. He is not safe to the community, and I feel like if you release him, he will kill again. Please allow him to finish his time due to the pain he caused us, and as he has had no sympathy for killing my brother Julius, as in he smiled the whole trial, he does not care about the pain he has caused my family. He does not and will never regret his actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams. So at this time, Mr. Vega, I think we are going to deliberate, but I think that all 3 members has really expressed their concerns and their position in terms of your discretionary parole. And when you add the victim statements, I think that just is just another reason. So board members, I mean, we've all expressed our concerns. So the nature and circumstance of his crime, the injury and impact to the victims, and his poor institutional adjustment, are those adequate reasons?
Yes.
Yes.
And do we need to set the special parole conditions?
Yes.
Halfway house?
Mm-hmm.
No victim's family and no co-defendants?
Yes.
One is the brother, so it's without the parole officer's permission.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
I think that anger management in the community is appropriate because it's one thing to do it inside, it's another to do it outside. And what are the thoughts on an out-of-state plan?
That's what I was going to ask him, honestly.
He wants to go to his.
Right. Would you like Mr. Vega to be released to another state under their supervision to have the best options for your success?
Yes, but I got to contact my grandfather to get the address and stuff like that.
Okay. So and make sure that he's willing to sponsor you. So in the event that he says yes, we can put a condition on that you can be paroled to another state. If he says no, then the Parole and Community Services will bring your conditions back before the board and will remove it. Is that okay?
Yes.
He could also remember that it's 2 out of state, Wisconsin and New York. So if one says no, he did mention a sister in New York.
Okay. So we'll just do a parole to out of state. That's fine. But are you all okay with those conditions?
Yes.
Thank you. With regard to Raymond Vega 398194, I move to deny discretionary parole based on the nature and circumstance of the offense, the injury and impact to the victim and the victim's family, and his poor institutional adjustment. Our records indicate that Mr. Vega has 10 years of special parole to follow his sentence, to which the following conditions will apply. You are to have no contact with your victims. I have a registered victim as MQ, but the victim of this case is obviously deceased. You are to have no contact with your co-defendants, Rodolfo Rodriguez or your brother, Jefferson Vega, without the parole officer's permission. You'll participate in anger management in the community. We'll release you to a halfway house, and you'll be paroled to interstate if that works for you. Did I say everything, colleagues?
Yes, we did.
Is there a second to those motions?
Second.
That motion, thank you. All in favor? Aye. All right, so Mr. Vega, I know that this was a lot for you. We're going to put all of this in writing, and your office, the Officer Logan, will give that to you the next time she's in the facility. All right, best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just ask a question, please?
Sure.
Mr. Vega? Mr. Vega?
Vega.
Yes.
So as far as, being paroled to your detainer, where do you want? Do you want Wisconsin or New York? I just have to put that on my paperwork.
You could put New York.
New York, all right. And then when I'm back in the facility next week, I'll get all the information.
All right.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have
You're
a
all
good day.
set. You as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No problem.
Fournier, can I please get Mastrogiovanni?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
All set, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mastrogiovanni.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, January 31st, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning. I'm panel member Barry.
Morning, Michael.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning.
Also present is Office of Victim Service Advocate Hamlet Williams. Mr. Mastrogiovanni, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Daniel Robert Mastrogiovanni, inmate number 354657.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Daniel Mastrogiovanni, 354657. He is serving a sentence of 33 months, followed by 2 years probation for larceny first, criminal violation of a restraining order, and he has a violation of probation. The underlying charges are larceny first and forgery third. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of February 19th, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender, It has been reviewed and shows he has completed voices, domestic violence, and he's a school tutor. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Mastrogiovanni, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you to the board and Ms. Logan for allowing me this time to speak. Ultimately, this decision comes down to the board, and all I can ask is for your consideration today. I would first like to start by taking full accountability and responsibility for all my actions. I cannot express enough how deeply sorry I am for the actions towards CL. It was never my intentions to cause her any pain, the pain I have. You deserve far better from me, someone to care and protect you, not someone you should ever have been afraid of. Today, every day, I regret my choices of not being honest with you from the very beginning. I'm sincerely sorry for the lasting pain I've caused you and your family. I would also like to express my deepest apologies to my family, co-workers, and my nephews. Every one of you never deserved the pain, embarrassment, humiliation I caused each and every one of you. I regret every day my actions towards all of you. Everyone deserved and needed better from me, and I let you all down. I live with that every day, and I'm truly sorry for the pain I've caused. My accountability starts with owning my actions and understanding the lasting effects these choices have had on everyone. I am and will continue to mend all the bridges I've broken. For the last year, I've taken every opportunity afforded to me into transforming my life and choices I make. That starts with continuing to expand my education from reading, learning, listening to everything I possibly can that's afforded to me, especially financial education. The way I handle money better is extremely important to me. And as important is to my rehabilitation. These efforts could not be possible without the dedication and willingness of the gentleman I work for, Mr. Armstrong. With his guidance and molding me into a smarter, better situational person and controlling my actions and conversations in difficult situations is greatly appreciated. Thank you for all the opportunities you've given me along this way for being in my foxhole. I'm truly thankful for meeting you and working for you. Continuing my education also extends to the programs provided and I've taken, programs like Voices in Domestic Violence. Some of these most important lessons I've learned from these two programs is the lasting effect your actions have, as well as the trickle-down effect they have on others you would never realize. Also, learning how to handle my triggers and controlling my emotions better is extremely helpful. A better understanding of what others are going through and not to put or make these choices, again, are extremely important to my continuing getting better. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Ms. Tramontano and Ms. Ferrer for the time they both spent with me and the eye-opening opportunities and grasping the complete different understandings of how others are feeling and choices I didn't allow the other people to make for themselves. Points of view you never could imagine. I'm grateful to the both of you for the help you've given me along the way in time and efforts with me. Moving forward in my life, I know handling reentry is a real key to the real world. I'm extremely lucky to still, in this time I've been away from my family, to have a great support system that consists of my family, close friends, and my 4 nephews. I'm also lucky enough to have close friends that have 2 different employment opportunities waiting for me upon my release. I'm extremely thankful and grateful for their help in looking out for my well-being through all of this. The last 18 months or so away from my family, I've incurred losses of family and friends extremely close to me. We all know how precious the life is, but you never truly understand that until you lose the loved ones closest to you. I've taken life for granted too much, and I promise I will never do that again. My freedom means everything to me. I have people that need me and depend on me, and I wish nothing more than to be there for them. I know this isn't an easy process, so with the help of my family, I will also have weekly counseling and or weekly therapist sessions to continue my success moving forward. I will do whatever is needed, required of me, expected of me to continue on the right path in my life. Everyone, including myself, deserves better from me, and that's exactly what I'm striving for and what they will be getting from me moving forward. In closing, to the board, I would like to reiterate that I take full responsibility for all my actions and I understand the significances of my choices. Excuse me. I truly am sorry for the pain I've caused everyone. I vow to put all the work needed to be better and do better and to be a productive member of this society. I do not take any of these responsibilities ahead of me lightly. No one will outwork my commitment and efforts to change. I'm extremely fortunate enough to have things in place for me to succeed along the way. It's just dependent on my respect and newfound outlook for my life. To the board, thank you for allowing me this time to speak, and all I can ask for today is for your consideration for parole. I know what this opportunity means for me and my family, and I do not take this lightly. I will do right by all of you and do right by myself. Thank you to the board for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mastrogiovanni, for your opening statement and for preparing that statement in preparation for today's hearing. We appreciate the remorse and all that you've shared in your statement. So you've been before the board before. I know that because I was on your prior panel. And so you know exactly what happens here. So Ms. Chance is going to start with the questions. When we're done with those questions, we do have victim input. So we will turn the hearing over to our victims advocate, and then we'll give you our decision, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Chance.
So, Mr. Mastrogiovanni, thank you for your opening statement. I appreciate the comments that you have made, and they have given a little bit of insight as to how you've been doing since you've been incarcerated.
Thank you, ma'am.
I guess the first question that I want to ask you is, what brought you to incarceration? What problem brought you to incarceration? And please think about that. And I need you to be honest.
Yes, ma'am.
And just to remind you, you had 2 previous hearings back in December of 2013 and May of 2015.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
So it's definitely back then. It was definitely gambling and how I handled money, and not having the respect for money and not having my own respect for how I handle situations, not thinking of things clearly, more on the lines of always reacting, never thinking things clearly and handling the situation properly. As you said, I had been through this before. I was on parole once, and not that I didn't take it the way I should have. When I was home, I should have taken it more seriously to never get reincarcerated. I was kind of flying by the seat of my pants, just, you're enjoying your freedom, and you never, I would have never thought, to be perfectly honest with you, that I'd be back in this situation. And then, not to say life happens, but then situations that you don't see coming happens, and you make, not you, I mean me, I make decisions that I never thought the consequences through. I just jumped to going to what needed instead of think, ask, look for help, and maybe you need help and do it that way, not thinking, oh, I can handle it. I've been through it before, I can handle it, and not, I should have reached out for help more and more than I ever did. I thought I was doing better than I was. And then I lost my best friend, and I just honestly spiraled right out of control. And then along the lines, I lost family members. And then during this incarceration, I lost, you know, a family member extremely close to me. And you don't realize the choices you're making in those moments. And, you know, gambling was always like, it makes you feel better for a split second, but it doesn't make things right in the long run. And all it does is cause more pain, and you don't think about it. And then this time incarcerated, I mean, all I've done is, you know, to say you beat yourself up every day is one thing, but I beat myself up like I know I should have been smarter. I know I should have seeked out help. And I know everybody deserved better for me. And in my not thinking things clearly, I should have asked for help. And I reacted to things instead of responding to them better and looking for doing better by the people that needed my help. You know, you lose someone, you think you're making decisions for the people in that moment, and then I'm not there now. So what did my actions do in that minute? Give them help or help them out in those couple of minutes, and now I've been gone for almost 2 years. So my decisions aren't what they should be. So I've done a ton of reflection, and the gentleman I work for, we do a lot of thinking things clearly through, and I think that's why I believe counseling and maybe not maybe a therapist, either one. I don't know the difference, which one would be better at this moment in time. But if I was to be released, which one would really help me sit down and say, stop always thinking with your heart, use your head. You're smarter than what your actions show, and think about those consequences and moving forward.
So during this incarceration, how have you addressed your problem gambling?
Oh, during incarceration, I don't gamble at all. I mean, I don't want to say you quit it cold turkey, but I don't do any of that in here.
No, I didn't ask about if you're gambling. I said,
I'm
how
sorry.
have you addressed your problem gambling? So the reasons that make you gamble is what I'm asking you. How have you addressed?
Oh, I apologize. Yes. So financially getting into a better respect, having a better respect for money, learning how to handle and how to manage my money differently. Gambling is taken too much away from me. So obviously going home forward, I will make sure that doesn't happen with counseling or Gamblers Anonymous or whatever program works best under that line, along with therapy, but having a different respect. So I spend almost every day in here learning and getting a better understanding of how to manage money. Where, like, in our class, we do a Financial Friday, where if it's from stocks to what to do with starting from, obviously when you leave out of here, you really have nothing. Taking that plan, getting your job, how to handle your paycheck, what to do with it, where to make your money grow and manage it so you have a different, so I have a different understanding. And I have definitely a better grasp on handling my financial situation. But it also comes down to how do I handle my emotions better so I don't feel like, okay, I'm bent out of shape now and I have to run and gamble just to make myself feel better and not think about that. So it really comes down to why I've been in here with between voices and the teacher I work for, Mr. Armstrong, getting a better grasp on 100% better control of your emotions and how do you react.
And can I stop you and ask you to give me an example of how you've learned to handle your emotions?
Oh, yes. So I had a one-on-one with also Ms. Tramontano and Mr. Armstrong. So we had this almost like a role-playing situation where they ask you a question, like being in a situation where you might get upset or say, oh, I don't want to deal with this right now, and then obviously I would say something disrespectful or stupid. And so we sit down and we've broken down different ways to handle those conversations. Like if you get upset, like everybody gets upset in a conversation, but for me to control my emotions better, it's more of sitting down and being like, listen, I understand where you're coming from. I'm just not in the right frame of mind right now to have this conversation. So I need to walk away. We need to have some time, and then where I won't say anything that's going to, excuse me, disrespect you or come off mean, and I'm going to regret in 10 minutes after I say it. But let me get a clear head. Let's sit down. Let's have a respectful conversation, and then we can both have our points across it. And I'm not just flying off by the seat of my pants and just saying anything. So they've helped me a lot with, sometimes you just have to ask for that space to walk away from the situation or walk away from the conversation or ask for more time before you answer. Because sometimes I've been in the situation where I'm just quick and I say anything and then 2 minutes later you regret everything you said. So now I'm in a better place where we're working with the counselor and the teacher, where you're going to have these conversations, you're going to be put in these situations no matter where you are, of how do you handle your emotions. Everybody gets frustrated, but for me, I fly and say things that I shouldn't say. So take a deep breath. We've been using box breathing a lot to calm down, sit back. Sometimes you have to say, I'm not in the right state of mind. I'm not in the place to answer this question. Can you give me a little time, and we can come back, we can sit down, we can talk like adults and control myself that way.
So what about when you're in the community? Because this is what you're saying. When you were in the community before and you had these emotional incidents, what you would do is just go off and gamble. So when you're back in the community and when you get into these emotional situations, what would you do if you're in the community?
Well, that's where I think, and I'm going to, when I went home the last time after parole and I saw the counselor, I should have never stopped seeing the counselor. That was my fault. I thought I was better than what I was. This time, I realized I need, I had this, I've talked to my mom and she's like, you can always talk to us, but she made it very clear and made me look at things differently. It's not always easy to talk to your family or friends or this and that. So moving forward, I'm not going to go without having a counselor or a therapist as part of my plan. So when I get in these situations, one, do whatever you have to do to get in contact with them, or again, remove myself from that situation. But two, also realize gambling is not the answer. Gambling has caused me, and it caused myself and so many others, because of my actions, so much harm. Gambling's done. I'm gonna,
so have you ever considered participating in Gambling Anonymous?
Yes, I was just about to add that in. Yes, I did it before. I'm going to go back to doing it again. That is part of my my program moving forward with the counselor or the therapist. Yes, there was, I believe it was in Waterbury. I used to go there, and then I stopped gambling. And I thought, okay, I'm good. And then I realized, no, you're not. You don't realize sometimes you think you're better off than you are. But now moving forward, continuing with Gamblers Anonymous and with a counselor or therapist and a better understanding and controlling of my emotions, is my plan moving forward.
Okay.
And never stop. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's fine. So you were previously in it, left it, and then you went back and gambled again. So in terms of the impact to the people whose funds you took. Give me one or two examples from voices that resonates with you, or, sat with you, or you remember. It comes to your mind all the time.
Well, the biggest thing that comes from learning from voices is you only think when you're making these decisions, or I made the actions I did, you think that there's just one person you're affecting one person. You don't realize the trickle down effect that happens. So in the situation with my grandmother, my uncle, and my dad, you went home. I went home, and now I couldn't have a relationship with my grandmother, and I miss her every day. And then it breaks the relationship between my dad and my uncle. Then you lose your father, and I was incarcerated, and I never even got to say goodbye. I never got to say I'm sorry. And you don't realize the impact it has on others, and that's the biggest thing I took out of voices. You make decisions, and you have your actions, and you. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. And as you're making these actions, you think you do everything in a spur of a moment, and then you handle the actions afterwards. But there's a lasting effect that to this day that they can't get over, and I can never ask them to get over, and it still affects the family to this day.
So one of the things that you said is that high risk for you is to be in the same area as the victim. Now, without name, which of your victims were you referring to?
CL.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Got it. You said it.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So how are you going to address that if you run into that initials that you gave?
Okay, so if I just want to, it was blipping a little, so I'm just going to reiterate what you said. You're asking me if I was to run into CL, how I would handle that situation?
Well, that was the violation of restraining order, so she would be one.
Yeah, yes. So now one of these things, I'm not going to put myself. Granted, let's just say that she lives in the same area she did before. I'm not going. To me, I would not be in that area at all. She needs her space. We have moved on. There's no reason for me to ever go there. If it would just happen to happen where we were to be in the same place, I'm leaving. But one thing I learned in domestic violence that I had no idea I would do now, just to protect the both of us, and also protect, because she does have the restraining order in place now, is I would call the police, say, listen, this is the situation. I didn't expect either one of us to be here. She's here and I'm here. I'm leaving, but just so it's on the record that you guys understand that it just happened, but I'm walking away. I'm leaving. I'm not allowed to be around her, and I'm not bothering her. I'm not in her space. It just happened, and I want it to be reflected that I'm not doing anything I should not be doing. I don't want to cause her any more pain. I want her to live her life the way she wants. And again, there is that protective order in place. I don't want to break that like I did before. I want to make sure that I abide by everything that's set by obviously the board and the judge and the documents that I've agreed to, the circumstances I've agreed to. I don't ever want to put, I'm sorry.
Okay, so there are certain restrictions that you're going to have if and when you go back in the community and you need to get a job. You indicated that prior to serving this current sentence, you were employed as an assessed appraiser.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where you intend to go back, and will it involve you being in charge of funds?
I do intend it. So the company is out of Watertown, so it's not. It's on the next town from Waterbury over. Yes, a friend of mine owns the company. It has nothing to do. I won't have no access to funds. It is going through a house that is being evaluated for sale or purchase, and determining, is the roof in great condition, is the chimney in great condition, you know, does the water heater, does the furnace and all that work properly, do all the outlets work correctly, so there will be no access to funds. My friend knows the situation. I wouldn't, I've told him, even if it comes down to it, I wouldn't accept any payment from the customers. I leave that to you. I don't want to have any, I don't want to put myself in any situations where even if I didn't do it, I could be ever questioned about it. So I want to keep that moving forward. Regrowing and regaining my integrity is very important to my moving forward too. And I know it, a lot of things are going to be in question right off the rip, and I totally understand that, and I deserve that. But I want to put myself in these situations where I can build that trust and also not put myself in any situation that could harm that.
So you mentioned that you have a strained relationship with your mother and siblings.
No, my relationship with my mother is very good. It's strong. Not strained. It's strained on the point where she, obviously her son's incarcerated and that hurts her, and I'm not there to help her with everything that she needs. My sisters and I we're all in different areas. We don't talk the way we should, but it's kind of, unfortunately, the way we've always been our whole lives. We're all in different locations of the country. We don't talk the way we should.
Have you ever taken any funds from your mother that she was not aware of or did not know?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so it only happened to your grandmother.
Yes, ma'am.
The larceny first for the company, but you did not complete your you did not complete the restitution, so that's why you're serving.
Yes, yes, ma'am. My violation of probation is I did not finish the restitution by the time my probation ran out.
How much of it did you pay?
I think, and I'm not 100% sure. I'm just gonna be honest right now. I'm not 100% sure. I think the number is roughly 12 to 14,000. I'm not 100% sure though.
No, how much of it did you pay?
Oh, I paid all of that 11 to 14,000 back to them. It wasn't the full amount because I believe the full amount was 25, but I paid 11 to 14,000 I paid that myself. Nobody else paid.
Okay. All right. Well, you know, Mr. Mastrogiovanni, you have not had any DRs, and you know, just looking back to 2013 and 2015, which was a long time ago, when you were when you came before us, and you know, you in one you were denied, and then in one you went out. So you've had several failed community releases, and you only did well in 2. So, but you have completed appropriate programs and does appear to be suitable, it doesn't mean that, you will go out. It will all depends when all three of us have completed questioning. You do have, a relapse prevention problem where you are going to go back to Gamble Anonymous and do therapy. So let's hope you walk the talk. But thank you for answering my questions, Madam Chair. I'm all set.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Pohl?
I have no questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't have questions either. We're going to turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate, Mrs. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have the victim who will be joining us today via speakerphone. One moment.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you. You may begin with your statement.
Good morning. I would like to strongly urge you to not release Dan on parole. He's made it his life's work to misrepresent himself and to incite fear in his victims. When we met, he told me that his name was Daniel Mastro, and when I Googled him, nothing troublesome came up. It was not until the day I broke up with him that I learned that his last name was actually Mastrogiovanni. And although you might think that Googling Mastro would pull up searches including Mastrogiovanni, it does not. Our relationship thus began with him deceiving and tricking me, and that deceit and trickery only intensified when I broke up with him. When I broke up with him over text, I told him over text to not contact me again. He did not respect my wishes, though, and continued to contact me repeatedly through texts, emails from himself, and supposedly from his friends, and by leaving things at my home. Dan has a distinct pattern of breaking rules, getting caught, assuring everyone that he won't do it again, and then doing it again. While we were dating, I was unaware that he was still interacting with his former girlfriend and victim. One day he told me that someone had cut the screens off her windows and had entered her house. He said that he had been accused of this, and he kept repeating with a spark of excitement in his eye and large hand gestures, "Try and prove it, try and prove it." I did not think much of it at the time. However, after I broke up with him, the screens to several of my windows were also cut off. An outdoor light was smashed, a window was forcibly opened, and the lock was broken. Someone had come through my door, and nearly every single window in my home had been unlocked. After I realized that Dan had been in my home, I filed for a restraining order, and it was granted and served to him. I also purchased a home security system and had cameras installed. Not long after that, my cameras caught Dan lurking by the side of my home in the dark. I called the police and they came to my home, and before they left, they checked my car for any tracking devices. They found a GPS tracker in a metal case that was attached to the underside of my car. They later found an app in Dan's phone that was connected to this specific tracker, and they confirmed that he had been monitoring my location for weeks. Can you guys still hear me?
I can. We do hear you, but I hear the hearing playing in the background.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, you can lower the volume on the device that you're listening to it on, so you don't get that feedback.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me just pause it there. Okay, sorry. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, where was I? They found the app with the tracker in his phone. Okay, he was arrested that evening, and the next day when I was able to review all the video footage, I saw that he had been in my backyard for more than 10 minutes that evening, hiding behind one tree and then hiding behind another, walking along the side of my home and so on. When the police arrested him, he was actually turning back onto my street, apparently coming back to my house. This is a very clear example of Dan's intent to scare me, which he absolutely did, and his defiance of the law. Even a restraining order did not keep him away from my home, and who knows what he was planning to do when he was returning that same evening. My life has absolutely been turned upside down. Dan eviscerated my feelings of safety and well-being regardless of where I am. I'm constantly vigilant about where I am and who I'm with, and I worry about whether I'm safe, whether I'm in my home or out with other people. Because he was tracking my car and monitoring where I was, one day I was at a doctor's office that I had never been to, and when I came out of the building, he was sitting on a bench outside the front door waiting to talk to me. Aside from my physical safety and mental well-being, Dan has cost me a lot in other ways too. I've spent a great deal of money on my security system and cameras. I had to replace a smashed light, have the window and locks fixed, replace all the locks in my home, and I continue to have medical appointments related to this, and I often have trouble sleeping. I feel nauseated and anxious when I think about him and what he's done and what he might do next, and he has taken away my ability to just go out on my life on a daily basis in a regular way. Dan experiences extreme delight and satisfaction when he thinks he has outmaneuvered the police or court system, and he truly believes that he is above the law and the consequences do not apply to him. He's been arrested and in jail many times in his life so far. I'm confident that each time he assures the court that he has learned his lesson and that he will not do it again. And I'm also confident that he has shown exemplary behavior in jail. He has most likely been extremely polite, helpful, cheerful, apologetic for his past actions. I expect he seems like he has truly reformed himself. He is extremely skilled at this. He is believable, charming, well-spoken, and easy to talk to. Yet once he gets his way, he will do whatever he wants. And in this case, what he wants is to deeply scare me, and who knows what else. In the event that he is released on parole, though, I would request that he be monitored with the same intensive GPS protocol that he was monitored with when he was released for the brief time while he was awaiting his sentencing. This was a very intensive monitoring system, only used for the violators who were truly extreme risks, and the court deemed Dan to be at this very high level of risky behavior. He wore an ankle bracelet that was monitored by a parole officer who only had a handful of people to monitor, and there were exclusion zones built in. And if he entered any of the areas he was not allowed to, his parole officer would have immediately contacted the police and also contacted me. Dan has already proven that when the authorities tell him to stay away from me, he does not. Please do not give him the opportunity to repeat his well-documented pattern by releasing him early on parole. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your statement. Please continue to view.
Thanks.
Thank you, panel.
Thank you. Thank you to the victim for sharing her statement. Okay, so we are going to deliberate now and give you our decision. Ms. Chance.
So, first I want to thank the victim for sharing all that information with us today. And I know in reviewing what Mr. Mastrogiovanni said before, there is a big difference between, what he notified us of. He said that this time that he felt that participating in education was a means for him to change his behavior. However, Mr. Mastrogiovanni, when he was previously in the community did not adhere to the programs that he was participating in. When he was last paroled to the community, he was supposed to be participating in programs that would have prevented him from returning. And basically, what he told the parole officer was that when COVID came around and the PO told him that everything was frozen, that meant he didn't have to continue paying restitution, which was not true. And he did say he completed it, but he did not. So while I appreciate that he has participated in programs, and I'm hoping that Mr. Mastrogiovanni will go back and review all the positive things that he has learned in the voices and the domestic violence. Because it just seems it's contrary to his behavior. He has not received any DRs, so he does appear to have some change. I just don't see where what brought him to incarceration, any of that has changed. Gambling, as he identified, is what brought him here. I had to ask him specifically about what he's doing. He did relate it to his emotions, that he wasn't able to manage his emotions before. And he thinks now that he's able to. He talked about the voices and the trickle-down effects that he's identified. And I truly hope that in his own mind that he believes that that he is going to change, and that the current programs that he has taken last year and the DV that he's completed this year, that he will pay heed to the two instructions that were very helpful to him in those two programs. He's rated and the moderate risk, but Madam Chair, today I'm truly not in favor of Mr. Mastrogiovanni going out on discretionary parole. And again, it's due to the nature and injury to the victim who spoke today.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Chance. Mr. Pohl?
I really don't have much to add. There's poor performance here on probation. And, you know, a tier program would have been good here. But, you know, it's, the evaluation doesn't include problem gambling.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the second biggest addiction out there. You know, and obviously with the larcenies in the past, you know, I need to see offender change in order to get to suitability. And I just can't get there today.
Thank you. So I have that his offense was committed on probation, his criminal history, and the injury and impact to the victim. I mean, if you want, tell me what is it that we need to?
No, I'm fine with what you said.
Okay, all right. With regard to Daniel Mastrogiovanni, 354-657, I move to deny discretionary parole based on his offense being committed while on probation, his criminal history, and the injury and impact to the victim. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, Mastrogiovanni, we couldn't support your parole. We do wish you the best. You'll get all of this in writing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I have 2 minutes?
Yes, please. We're just gonna take a brief recess until we, for our next case. We're gonna do the, Gainey next.
40 or
Maybe.
thank you.
Yep. Yes, sir, on your right.
I do. Thank you.
Mr. Gainey, we'll be right with you. We just took a brief recess, okay?
Thank you.
Officer Logan, I'm here. So we're all set.
We're waiting for the PO to return.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Morning, Mr. Gainey.
Good morning, good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan, and today is Friday, January 31st, 2025. This is a jurisprudence hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Present this morning are Chairperson Barry and Board members Cole and Chance. Mr. Gainey, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Ontario Gainey, inmate number 42314.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted because the board has received information regarding past conduct, which may require participation in a behavioral management program for problem sexual behavior. Because the information we are going to discuss involves confidential information, I move that we go into executive session. Ms. Berry?
My sincere apology. I'm thinking that
No
I'm
worries.
here, and I was
No worries.
trying to stop you. I'm like, Officer Logan, that's me. So
Yeah.
Anyway, so I move that we enter into executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right. The board will now go into executive session, and we will be back on the record shortly.
Mr. Gainey, will you ask the officer to step into the room for a moment, please? Good morning. We're gonna have you disconnect from the live stream so that we can speak to Mr. Gainey off the record and then reconnect once the board is done.
So how do we do that?
So you can just hang up this call. In about 30 seconds, a new pop-up will appear on the screen and you can press accept when you see that.
Okay.
Thank you.
There you go. We're all set, Mike.
Okay. Thank you. So we are now actually back on the record with Ontario Gainey 402-314. Okay, so after we've reviewed all the information and discussed this with Mr. Gainey, I believe that we are going to move to require that an assessment for problem sexual behavior be scheduled prior to a discretionary parole hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, so Mr. Gainey, after reviewing all the information available in your testimony today, the board has determined that an evaluation for treatment for problem sexual behavior will be required prior to scheduling your discretionary parole hearing. At that hearing, the board may decide to order you to participate in treatment in compliance with any related clinical recommendations regarding that treatment as a condition of your release, and you will be assigned to the special management unit for their supervision. So this is not, this will all be determined upon the outcome of your assessment. Do you understand that, Mr. Gainey?
Mm.
Okay, all right. We wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Jurisprudence hearing for Ontario Gainey, inmate number 402-314. Thank you.
Are we on mute? I think Mr. Cole wanted to.
Well, that was quick.
Hi, Cornier, do you have everyone up or?
Yeah, I can, whatever you want.
Let me do Mr. Privott.
Privott, you got it.
Thank you.
Ms. Chance, that hearing that we just conducted, are you going to do the decision for that, or should I? I can do it. I'm just asking.
Which one? The
For
jurisprudence?
Yeah, I can do it. It's no problem. So we'll just start with you, Mr. Poole, okay?
That's fine.
Thank you.
But you've already had two now, so
Yes.
me and then Joy, and then I'll take the next one after that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I can do that. If you want me to do that jurisprudence.
No, I'll do it. Thank you. I'm fine with it. Thank you. I don't know why my head is chopped off.
It's not chopped off here.
Thank you. Hi, is this Mr. Privott?
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. So we still have a few minutes. It's our understanding that you would like to waive your discretionary parole. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so I hereby move to accept Mr. Privott. I don't have your 439166, his waiver of discretionary parole, and he will not receive a hearing. He does not have probation or special parole to follow his sentence, so he will EOS off his sentence. Is there a second? You guys are muted. I can't hear anybody.
He has probation to follow.
Yes, thank you. He does have probation to follow. I wrote down no special parole and said parole. Okay, so is there a second to accept the waiver? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, Mr. Privott, you're all set, sir. Thank you so much. Good luck to you.
This concludes the hearing for Mr. Privott, 439166. Cornier, I will take Alvarez, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anything with the big?
Yeah.
Definitely.
I'll say panel.
Yes, thank you.
That question, Ms. Jones?
No, I was just wondering. I'll ask her after. Because I thought it's me then. I don't know who it was back. Anyway, I was a little confused about that.
It was back to me, but she's,
But she took it.
the chair's writing jurisprudence, and I'm
Okay,
gonna do Mr. Alvarez.
okay.
I'll set panel.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Alvarez.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, January 31st, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning. I'm panel member Barry.
Morning, Mike Pohl.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Morning.
Mr. Alvarez, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Javier Alvarez, 304033.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Javier Alvarez, 304033. He is serving a sentence of 5 years, and he also has 5 years special parole running from a previous sentence. That special parole term ends August 29th, 2027. He is serving time for sale of a narcotic substance. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of April 10th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed. It shows he has completed Tier 2, People Empowering People, and he received a commercial cleaning certificate. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Alvarez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
All right. Well, I would like to begin by taking full responsibility for my actions and expressing my sincere apologies to my family, loved ones, and the town of New Britain for the selfish decisions and ignorance that led me to this point. I deeply regret my past choices, and I'm committed to making positive changes in my life. I believe I should be granted parole because I have clear goals and a concrete plan for my future upon my release. I intend to re-enroll at NETS to complete my training and obtain my CDL Class A license. I also plan to seek one-on-one counseling to address my personal growth and ensure I stay on the right path. My commitment to secure full-time employment because and become a dedicated family man, serve as a positive role model in my community, and contribute as a productive member of society. Throughout my life, I have faced significant challenges, including periods of incarceration. However, I have learned valuable lessons from these experiences. At 42 years old, I recognize that I can no longer afford to continue down the same path. I am determined to make lasting changes and embrace a lifestyle focused on responsibility and stability. My immediate goals include obtaining my CDL within the first 2 months of my release, maintaining steady employment so I can secure my own home for my fiancée, daughter, and myself. Long term, I aim to continue working hard, saving and establishing a retirement plan to ensure a stable future. I would like to extend my gratitude to the parole board for considering my request and for providing me with the opportunity to demonstrate my commitment to personal growth and positive change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alvarez, for that statement, and for setting out what your intentions are and some of the support you have out in the community and some of your incentive to stay out of trouble. I just want to state for the record that you are not requesting discretionary parole. It's your statutory right to be considered. So it's not a request, and we understand what you're saying, but just so we don't want people to be confused. It's just something that you're eligible for after you serve 50% of your sentence. So I know that you've been before the parole board quite a few times because you've been in quite a few times. So we're going to ask our questions, and then when we're done, we'll give you our decision. Okay?
All right.
Good luck to you, sir. Mr. Poole.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Alvarez.
Good morning.
Okay. I need you to help me wrap my head around this. You're out there on special parole, sold narcotics to somebody who resulted in a coming into the home and finding 62.8 grams of cocaine, 30 wax folds of fentanyl, 7 pressed pills, half a Xanax, and $3,698 in cash while you're on special parole. So what we do here is we try to find suitability where we can to put people in the community so that they can have the support of a parole officer, so that you can learn enough to do the right thing and not come back. So I need you to talk to me about what happened there.
So I was working a full-time job, going to school at Nuts, and I had got a grant, and then I had to pay like $9,000 student loan, and I also got myself in a car payment of $500 a month. So in the midst of that, the holidays were around the corner, and I resorted to making money the fast way, which was a bad decision because I only indulged in selling drugs for like 6 weeks and ended up catching a sale charge for 5 years. So it didn't even weigh out. You know what I'm saying? So me trying to be the man of the house, thinking I had to provide, which I really didn't. All I had to do was just put my little part in, you know what I'm saying? So I got overwhelmed with me having bills. In the past, I never had anything, you know what I'm saying? I just went home and just lived the fast life. So this time around, I got overwhelmed with like the bills, and I was like, I'm not used to having debt. So with the $9,000 debt, and then I got myself in this car payment, it was like, how can I clear this up? And I resorted to selling drugs. I'm not gonna sit here and just give you excuses. You know what I'm saying? I made a poor choice. I made a poor choice.
I get you. I mean, I totally understand what you're saying. You know, the thing is that, you know, we have to get to the place where this isn't happening.
Exactly.
I mean, you know what those drugs are doing out in the community, right?
Yes. Harming a lot of people.
And that's, you know, that's to say the least, right? Because it's actually out there and it's killing people.
No, it's killing people.
Somebody buys a bar out there and they think they're getting Xanax, except you gave them fentanyl.
No, you're right. 100%. Absolutely right.
You know, and that's the thing. It's, you know, it's tearing up our communities. You know? So, you know, what we have is, you know, when it comes to you is mostly drug sales stuff. I mean, there's some other stuff in there, but it's mostly all drug sales stuff. You know, you did, you know, try to turn the corner there, and you're trying to work full time and better yourself. But you got to slow down.
Yeah, it's me thinking that I was going to be able to get away with it because I was doing so much good. You know what I'm saying? It was just bad thinking, bad train of thought.
Talk to me about your own use.
My own use? Well, in the past, I used to sell drugs to support my habit. I used to indulge in PCP, marijuana, heavily. Like, it was an expensive habit. And drinking. But like, as the years went on, like, I indulged less in like substance abuse, but still like managed to sell drugs thinking I could get away with it. And I never caught a sale charge, and then come me thinking that I could sell drugs again, try the same thing again, which is insanity. And in 6 weeks, end up in here. So it's like, that was like an eye opener. Like, I'm not a good criminal. Like I told Ms. Logan during the interview, like, I'm bad at being a criminal. It's like time for change. It's like, that was an eye opener right there.
You took tier 2?
Yes, I have.
And what'd you take out of tier 2?
How to channel my energy and like I had told Ms. Logan, and like hobbies, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would get frustrated and resort to doing drugs or drinking or just having an excuse to just be out in the streets, you know what I'm saying? So I was telling her, I was like, I have a significant other where I could communicate openly with her, you know what I'm saying? I never had that. And the previous time when I was home, I had one-on-one counseling, but my counselor ended up having a medical procedure, and I stopped being able to go see him. And to be honest with you, once he caught that medical procedure, that's when I started drifting. Because it was like the perfect time. And like he had his medical procedure, and then I just went off.
Mm-hmm.
So really how to cope with my anger or frustration, whatever the case may be. Like for instance, I had brought up the situation that I went through, like me having all these bills or whatever. So the facilitator was like, "You think you're the only one that has bills that's backed up?" I was like, "No, you're right." You know what I'm saying? But just me not having the right mindset, not experiencing that, you know what I'm saying? Now I know how to go about it a different way.
Right. So You took commercial cleaning in Cheshire,
Yes.
so it wasn't all about commercial cleaning, was it?
It was about how to start up your own business. I got OSHA certifications for everything. He also told us how, with me completing that class and all the certificates that I have accomplished, he was like, I could go to like a agency or I could go to a union and get a great job.
What did you learn in the side conversations in that class?
And the commercial cleaning.
A little bit more about life that's talked about in that period?
And the commercial cleaning was more about, like how I could be successful and all the energy, instead of putting my energy into negativity, put it into something positive. So I like the way the instructor facilitated that program, to be honest with you. He really had me engaged. You know what I'm saying? I really didn't have to do it. I wanted to do cosmetology, but since the list was so long, I said, is there any way that you can put me in a commercial cleaning? And never missed a day. I liked it.
So it's embracing positivity and what you can accomplish.
Exactly.
Right. I mean, that's incredibly important.
And I learned something new. You know what I'm saying? How to strip floors, buff them. Like we actually did hands-on, which I had never done in my life.
So you've made it through without getting any disciplinary reports, which is a good thing. You want to sponsor to your partner in New Britain?
Yes.
Um,
I wouldn't mind going to a halfway house neither, to be honest with you. I really did well. My last time I went to the halfway house, got a job within a week, worked full time, got to save up a little bit of money. Like I really did great. It had me on the right path, and then, like I said, I went home and involved myself in these debts that I shouldn't. I ain't have to do it. I guess I just wanted to keep up with the Joneses and have a nice car. You know what I'm saying? Should have waited longer.
Yeah. Instant gratification.
Yeah, exactly.
I want it when I want it, and I want it right now.
And it doesn't pay off.
Certainly didn't. 5 years. That's not a good thing. So, Madam Chair, I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. So, Mr. Alvarez, I saw you before on another discretionary parole hearing, and it looks like we gave you an opportunity. I really just want to go over something with you. So, in essence, you've been in and out of prison since 2008. Well, probably before that, and you've been selling drugs. You have lived in New Britain most of your life, yet you think that you can return to the community and sell drugs and they not know that that's something that you're going to do. So, for example, in 2018, when you were last paroled, you were out there for 3 months before you came back with another new charge. Then you spent 4 years incarcerated and they re-released you back in 2022. Yes. And then in 8 months, you're out selling drugs again, back on a new charge. I mean, what do you think is going to happen? Did we explain to you what being on special parole means?
I'm taking it as a privilege.
So did we explain to you that when you're on special parole, that these sentences, in essence, if you violate, you can come back and serve the entire amount of special parole? Did
Yes.
someone explain that to you? So why would you be out there participating in this kind of behavior, knowing that you have 5 years of special parole hanging over your head?
I don't
How
even
many?
I don't even have an excuse for that.
I know,
Yeah.
I know. There is none.
Yeah, I'm just wrong. Yeah.
So today you know that we could max you until August 29th, 2027. Do you know that?
Yes, I'm aware.
Do you know that you've been given 14 opportunities in the community and you failed all 14? No successes whatsoever. Not
14.
one.
Right.
14.
All right. I wasn't even aware of that number.
Yeah. So you've been on probation, you've been on parole, you've been on community release, all those things.
All right.
I'll give you one. It looks like you completed your period of community release successfully. Looks like you did that before you started your special parole. That was a matter of months. Let me just check. I think I put the wrong number in.
I think it was from February or March to December.
No, nope, from February. Yeah, but that was only 8 months. But between that time, you had discretionary parole, you had, you know what I mean? So your community release was from February until July. And then you got a reentry furlough. And then you completed that and you discharged the next month on special parole. And then you violated it within 3 months. 4 months, 3 months, because it was almost September. It's just a bunch of foolishness. You know what I thought when I was reviewing your file, sir? I wrote down in my notes, these very immature.
Exactly.
And
I agree.
I'm glad you do. Because that's what, I mean, who quits a job because it was boring? Who does that?
I did.
I mean, I don't understand. You're throwing your life away, Mr. Alvarez.
No, but
Go ahead.
I was working at Trader Joe's, and then I ended up trying to see if I would like working at Gainey's, the milk company, because that was like a dream of mine. Like when I was younger, that was like one of the best paying jobs, like a new brand. So I ended up getting a job there, but I was still working at Trader Joe's while I was in a halfway house, and it was a second shift job, and it was like I didn't like it. I'm being honest, I didn't like it. So I ended up I stopped working there, and I continued working at Trader Joe's.
I'm just like, I mean, here's another response to that. That's evidence of immaturity. I started using PCP because they weren't testing for PCP, so I figure I'd use that instead. like seriously.
I'm being honest.
I appreciate that, and that's where I'm saying that it has a lot to do with your maturity level. Like, who says stuff like that?
For sure.
If you're 42 years old now, you have to make better decisions, sir. You're running out of chances. My colleague pointed out, you know, you've been selling drugs. Most of your convictions are for selling drugs, but we also always try to work with you, and that doesn't seem to work either. So I don't know what it is that you need for us to have so that you can be successful out there in the community and stop selling this poison to our communities. Now, if you want to take embalming fluid and kill yourself with that, that's on you. But please stop selling it to somebody else's mother, father, sister, brother, kids. People are dying because of people like you who are pushing this poison in our communities. It's just so ridiculous. Oh my God. Miss Chance?
Mr. Alvarez, so you told the parole officer that, let me read, you want to go out and become a productive person and work so that you can retire in your 60s. What would you be doing?
Driving commercial trucks.
And
my
so, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my CDL Class A.
And so here you are thinking that that's the next thing that you're gonna try and do, and then, work and then retire in your 60s. So the problem that I have, Mr. Alvarez, is that you've been given so many opportunities and you continue to make poor decisions. And your decisions very negatively impact our community. And I'm sure, whatever family you have out there, it's impacting them, but it's the community and everyone in the community. So I don't see where, I can feel comfortable saying that I can have you go back in the community at this time. I know you completed the Tier 2 and the people empowering people, but I just think you need to invest a lot more time on your decision making, because that's an area where I think you need to spend a lot of time in looking at your decisions and how you can change how you're doing them. And I'm hoping that something in Tier 2 send an alert to you that your selling of drugs is negatively impacting your community. Okay, I have nothing more back here.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. So we're going to deliberate now. Mr. Alvarez, please don't interrupt. Mr. Pohl, what are your thoughts?
Madam Chair, thank you. These are my thoughts. One is that I'm very disappointed that this happened on special parole, sale of a narcotic substance, with what was there. And we heard how fast Mr. Alvarez tried to get back everything and get on with it, I think he recognizes exactly what happened there. His SRT rates out low.
I have moderate.
I have the
Moderate.
parole officer in the summary as that the offender score. Oh, wait a minute. That's okay. So that is incorrect. It's actually
Moderate.
He rates out high.
It's moderate.
What's written in the report is utilizing scores SRT, the offender score was in the high range.
Wow.
That's what's written in the report. Yes. So the part of that's based in history, which we can't change, right? And as we said, it's drug dealing that's been most of this. Another place where he has struggles is employment, education, and his financial situation. So he has a plan when it comes to employment. He has done some skill building with the commercial cleaning courses that he has taken, and the OSHA certs that he has achieved. He was in nets, and in fact, his long-term goal is long-haul trucking, which requires continued education, but he also understands that he can't do it all at once. The $500 car payment That's not going to fly when you're trying to do something like this. It might be a bus pass. You got to work back incrementally, and I think he understands that. It was a very short period of time that he chose to start dealing drugs again before he was caught and sent back for a 5-year sentence. And again, on special parole, which for me is, it's concerning. He has had no disciplinary reports since he's returned. He rates out as a 4 when it comes to substance use. We've talked about that. He did take tier 2. That commercial cleaning course at Cheshire is also much more than a commercial cleaning course. We talked about that. We talked about goals and trying to figure out how to go back slow but sure so that you can become stable in the community and actually find success. That's the commercial cleaning program at Cheshire is big when it comes to that. The instructor there is a really good one. As well, he's had people empowering people. So where I am is I know that his special parole runs until August of 2027, almost September of 2027, August 29th, 2027. And I would like to see him have as much time as he can in the community on special parole. And that, I think the guardrail of that is what's going to help him be successful, even though it hasn't worked. In the past in a consistent kind of way. So that's where I am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cole. So for me, I think that at some point the board has to send a message that regardless of what kind of crimes you are committing out in the community, a crime is a crime. And if you come before the board, you do stand a chance of serving out your entire sentence. We can't keep having someone with 14 convictions, 19 convictions, I stand corrected, and 14 failures, and continue to reward the behavior. I mean, at some point you have to fess up and take accountability for your actions. I mean, I came in here with a denial for Mr. Alvarez, and I had him maxed on his special parole date because I just don't understand why he cannot seem to get it together. I just don't. And I mean, the only positive thing that I see in reviewing his record is that it is not a history of violence. It's really, driving like an idiot, and dealing with these drugs and just very juvenile kind of things going on here. But it really does sound like he finally has some incentive to return to the community and make better decisions. And, he's been able to stay out of trouble, like you said, Mr. Poole. It's annoying, to say the least, because, I mean, some people are asking for just one more chance. And this young man has had several chances and he has not done well with those opportunities. I am actually willing to give this man a chance in the community once more to prove himself. Not because I think that he is deserving, but because now that he understands what he has at stake here, if he violates this one more time, he's going to be in prison for the remainder of his sentence. He's been serving his sentence since 2018. Be done with it already. So, okay. Yeah, I would support discretionary parole on his eligibility. And honestly, that is me being extremely generous. I have to be honest. I can't be even any more frank with you, Mr. Alvarez, because I've seen you a number of times. This isn't our first discussion. I mean, enough already. Miss Chance?
For me, I'm going to stick with my denial today. I just feel that Mr. Alvarez has made so much poor decision making without even thinking. It was always about himself, and today he's trying to say it's because he's concerned about being a productive person. And he did do programs, and I hear about the commercial cleaning certificate that has maybe put some ideas into his head, but then I don't know how much of that is going to stay. So he said that Tier 2 has helped him to channel his time, but it's not so much his time as, his decision making. And so I'm just going to stick with my denial today.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. So duly noted, Mr. Pohl, for your decision.
Yeah.
The only condition that I have for Mr. Alvarez is a halfway house. Is there anything else?
So in the underlying that's running is there's a no alcohol.
Okay, no alcohol.
And there's a Cristiana Miano.
Okay.
That is a co-defendant on the underlying thing. And I had one other. What is the status of your license?
I got my license in 2002 and a half while I was just active. That's how I was enrolled into NETS.
Okay, because it was on one of the. It was on one of the, yeah. So
Okay.
I'm good with those.
Okay. In the halfway house, Mr. Alvarez, will be just in case it's our understanding that your girlfriend has something pending right now, a case pending of disorderly conduct or something like that. So she may not be approved. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. That's not, I'm just telling you that is the possibility is there. All right. So with regard to Javier Alvarez, 304033, I move to grant discretionary parole on or after his earliest eligibility date. Our records indicate that April 10th is his earliest eligibility date, 2025, with the following conditions in addition to the standard parole conditions. You are not to consume any alcoholic beverage. You will not have any contact with the co-defendant of your underlying offense. So we'll make it a general no contact with Cristiana Miano. And we'll put a halfway house on just in case that is needed. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Okay.
So the record will reflect that Ms. Chance is on the minority. She does not believe you are suitable for discretionary parole. Sir, you'll receive this in writing. I suggest that you make your parole officer your best friend, because if you don't, you're going to have a long, you don't want to see me again, I promise.
Yeah,
But yeah, I know. I really do hope that you do better. Good luck to you.
So I'm confused.
You're granted parole on or after your earliest date, April 10th, and you'll get their conditions in writing.
All right, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Good luck.
Have a good day.
You too.
This concludes the parole hearing for Javier Alvarez, 304033. Courtier, can I please get Jones?
Who? Jones, got it. Yep.
Thank you. All set, panel?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, January 31st, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of
Good morning, good afternoon. I'm panel member Barry.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Jones, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Isaiah Jones, 285541.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Isaiah Jones, 285541. He is serving a sentence of 5 years followed by 5 years special parole for assault first discharged with a firearm. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of July 4th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed Tier 2 anger management, and he works as a janitor. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Jones, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, first, I just want to say, if I had a chance, I would like to apologize to the victim and his family, because I know the situation, caused hurt with them and mine. So I just want to start with that. And I just wanted another chance to finish something I started. It may not look like it, but when I went out there, I changed certain ways. And I want to get back to that. You know what I'm saying? I just want to get back to that, just finish what I started, because I started something new, something I never did before. And I was being successful until this one mistake.
Okay. Well, Mr. Jones, I don't think that it's a mistake when you shoot somebody.
Yeah, not every.
I'm sorry?
No, I said I agree with you.
So it was a choice that you made. And the problem with the choice that you made is that you have had weapons on you for a number of years. What is the purpose of your having all these weapons?
It's just I can't make no excuses for that. Just the environment that I'm in, it's just.
It's not. We all live in these communities. Do you know that?
Yeah.
So what does it say about
the lifestyle?
Your lifestyle. So what kind of lifestyle do you put yourself into that you feel the need that you need a weapon?
Well, in the streets, the selling of drugs and, problems with different people and stuff like that.
Problems with people that will make you want to kill somebody?
No, that my intention wasn't to kill. That wasn't my intention.
Oh,
it could have escalated, and I understand that too. And I definitely regret that. Well, I definitely wasn't intending out. That was not my intention. To try to kill somebody.
Okay, I hate when you guys say that. That's not my intention to kill somebody. What do guns do? Tell me that.
I know. I understand. They definitely understand.
So I'm not understanding if you carry a gun and someone approaches you and you pull it out, what do you think is going to happen? They're just going to fall to the ground because you have a gun?
Yeah, no, I understand.
So you can't be in possession of a weapon and not intend to kill somebody. What number of weapon is this for you? Well, how many weapon convictions do you have?
I don't, if I am mistaken, 3, I think.
Yeah, and you have one in North Carolina too, so that's 4.
Yeah, but that should have been dismissed. Oh, okay.
Well, it doesn't negate the fact that you still had a weapon, and it says that the person had a serious injury. So, I mean, and what weapon did you have with the robbery too?
I wasn't the one holding it. Okay, well, he had a 357.
It's too much. It's too much, Mr. Jones. Honestly, it really is. I always say that I want to give people the benefit of the doubt and vote you all to parole. However, we have a community to protect. And when you're walking around thinking that you can resolve your own conflict by carrying guns and using guns, it puts everybody who is being law-abiding citizens, following the rules, going to work, taking their children to school. It puts all of us at harm. All of us. At what point do you stop being selfish?
I understand that.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Jones. I cannot support your discretionary parole today. You do have 5 years of special parole to prove yourself. That does not negate the fact that you have been in the facility. You've been doing good things. I see you've completed the TIER program, anger management. You even have a job. You've refrained from incurring, disciplinary infractions. You're doing well, and you do have one for refusing housing. I read you didn't want to be housed with a sex offender. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But enough is enough. You've had 5 opportunities out in the community and you failed 4 of them. It sounds like you have some support in the community. I read that you have your mom, your stepfather, some siblings, and your girlfriend, your children. All those are positive supports. All of those should be incentive for you to go back out in the community and do well. We also did receive a letter of employment and offer of employment with Ward Towers. We see that you want to pursue your GED. You have a lot of goals. It's up to you. You're your own worst enemy. You're doing this to yourself, sir.
I know that, and that's why I can't make no excuses. The only thing I can do is do what I've started doing, and that's the only thing that I regret is going back into that where I was hanging out in that environment. That's out of the window now. Like I know that has to change. That was my only mistake going back there. Other than that, I was doing great. That's why I say I want to finish something I started. I wasn't doing that before. I wasn't asking for help. I asked for help this time, and that's why I got the job. And my only mistake was going back there, and it cost me, and that's something I gotta live with. That's something, that's what I gotta deal with,
And guess what? Even when your intentions are good and you're doing the right thing out there, well, that one thing will erase all of the, especially with a history like yours. I know. And I'm not trying to beat you up. I'm just telling you that you have to do better. No one can do it for you.
And that's the only thing that I live with that regret, because I was doing what I had to do. I was working. And it wasn't even the fact that I was on parole. It was the fact that I didn't want to sell the drugs and live that life anymore. Mm-hmm. So I shouldn't have been in that environment. I know that. Right. I live with that every day, and that's and that's what my regret, man. Because it could have been worse, and that's like I said, my intention was not to, and
yeah, I get it. But it happened, and there are consequences for your actions now.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Chance.
So, Mr. Jones, you're on special parole.
Yes.
Why did you have a gun?
The same, going back there, like stupidity. I can't make no excuse.
Were you selling drugs?
No, I wasn't. I went and got a job like 2-3 weeks after I came. That's why I say I shouldn't have been there. Like I shouldn't have went back there. I shouldn't have. If I gotta carry a gun to go there, I shouldn't have been there, and I regret that. And because I wasn't selling it. That's why I say I changed my ways. I didn't want to sell drugs. I didn't want to be back into the street. So I just asked for help, and I got that help, and that's what made me stay out there for so long. But that just one going back to my environment where I'm used to hanging at cost me years of my life.
Well, sometimes you have to experience what it is that the wrong mistake that you made, and I guess today you're going to you don't have much time left, on the time you're serving now. So you do have 5 years. So hopefully, and just imagine you're already on special parole and here you are going back on special parole again.
Yeah, I did. That's one thing that's keeping me positive too, is the fact that I was on special parole and I was doing good and I was doing what I had to do. And that's why I say, I gotta live with that one simple going back, I have to leave that alone, and I'm good with that. I'm straight.
Okay, so for the rest of the time that you have there, keep out of trouble and keep doing what you're doing.
Yes, I will.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Poole?
I just wanted to share your sentiments, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
It's just, we want to see you do well, Mr. Jones.
I'm working on it. I'm definitely disappointed in myself for going back. I was doing something different, and that's my main thing. I was doing something different. It might not look like because I'm back on this, but I was definitely, doing something different, and I feel like I let myself down and my family down with that because I was doing good. And
Okay. So I have the reasons for denial as criminal history and nature and circumstance of the offense. For special parole conditions, I have a halfway house just in case it's needed. And I don't know why I didn't write that his brother-in-law wasn't confirmed. I don't know why I put that. I think he had a criminal history of some sort, maybe. No contact with the victim, initials DR, and I did see note that the co-defendant is deceased, but I don't see any proof of that, and I did look it up. So, anything else?
What do you think?
He is deceased.
Thank you.
What do you think about anger management in the community? I just don't know about when it comes to violence.
He completed it.
Yeah, he took it on the inside already, and he doesn't have any tickets for fighting or anything. So,
Okay.
All right. So I move with regard to Isaiah Jones 285541 to deny discretionary parole for his criminal history, the nature and circumstance of his current offense. I can even add that he committed this offense while he was on special parole. And also, I move to set the following special parole conditions for the 5 years that he has to follow his incarceration: no contact with your victim, initials DR, no co-defendant, Jonathan Rivera. We understand that he's deceased. I couldn't find anything on the internet, nothing. And I did look. And a halfway house for residential place, for halfway house, just in case he needs a residence. Did I say everything? Thank you. All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Jones, you'll get all of this in writing, sir. We couldn't support you today, but keep up the good work. Prove us wrong. Prove that we did the wrong thing. Good luck to you.
This concludes the parole hearing for Isaiah Jones, 285541. Cornier, I will take Middleton, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Yep, I'll take care of it. See.
All set now?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Middleton.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, January 31st, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon: and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, I'm panel member Barry.
Good afternoon, Mike Poole.
Good afternoon, George Shantz.
Mr. Middleton, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jeremy Middleton, 419043.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jeremy Middleton, 419043. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, executed suspended after serving 10 years, followed by 5 years probation for conspiracy to commit robbery first with a deadly weapon, conspiracy to commit arson second. He has 2 counts of robbery first with a deadly weapon, and an additional charge of attempt to commit robbery first with a deadly weapon. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of July 28th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Voices, he's currently participating in Tier 2 with an anticipated completion date of February 17th, 2025. He's enrolled in college. He's completed alternatives to violence, basic, advanced, and trainer for trainer. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Middleton, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I feel like I should be granted parole for the reason that I don't want my charges to reflect the person that's sitting right here in front of you guys. I mean, I committed those crimes when I was 18, and I learned from my mistakes. I take responsibility for the things that I've done, and I had time to sit back and think, sit back and reflect and change my ways and better myself. And like you just said, you stated all the things that I've done. I completed since I've been in jail. That to me, that's like I've done things to change my behaviors and stuff. So, I mean, I'm not gonna go home and do the same things I was doing as a kid. I'm not a kid anymore. You know, I'm an adult. I'm putting the footsteps in to go in the right direction. And if you guys give me the opportunity to go home on parole, then I'm gonna continue moving forward.
Thank you very much, sir, for your opening statement. So we are going to ask you some questions, and when we're done, we will deliberate and give you our decision. Ms. Chance is going to start with the questions. Thank you.
So, Mr. Middleton, yes, you were 18 years old, and you said you don't want to be looked at as the person back then that you are today because you have grown and have changed.
Correct.
Right. Okay. But the one thing that you didn't do, you did not mention anything about your disciplinary reports. And during this period, you received 8 of them. Okay, so first I would like to ask you to talk about the programs. You did Voices and you did Tier 2, and then you did Alternative to Violence. How have they helped to change you?
The Voices helped me get an understanding of how committing violence has an impact on the victims and stuff. So I got insight on like perspective from a victim standpoint. So that changed me to understand like how my actions may affect the next person. As far as Tier 2 is a drug program. So I seen what drugs do to people and, you know, the things that make people do things off of drugs. And Alternative Violence, that program was about you transforming that power. You know what I'm saying? So like you learning not to always resort to violence and finding a different way to express your anger or things that may trigger someone to do violent things. So I learned to channel that type of behavior into something positive.
Can you give me an example of that?
So like I would say, or I could just off the top of my head, I like to work out. So I'll be in the weight room and people might be in the way, going back and forth. And instead of me getting angry and upset, I know to be patient, you know, have respect for others. It's not always about me. You know what I'm saying? So instead of me lashing out and getting into an argument with someone, I learned to just, you know, sit back, not say too much, and not put myself in them situations anymore.
Okay, so in terms of your fighting, the last fighting ticket that you got in October of 2023, what was going on with that fighting on that particular time, and which programs, let's see, you had not taken any programs back then?
You know, at that time, I was still in high bond. That fight was over me playing cards with someone, so I haven't gone through the process of these programs and having them impact me yet at that point in time. So I didn't really have the understanding of what my behavior was doing to me in a negative way. So that fight was over me playing cards.
And so whose idea was it to, commit those robberies?
It was my idea.
And let's see, there were 1, 2, 3. So you had your 3 co-defendants, and it was your idea. What were you thinking, and why would you want to do that?
At those times, it was really just for the vehicle. It wasn't necessarily to hurt no one, it was just for the vehicle.
And so, Mr. Middleton, you were out with a pretty serious group of other young people. And you are only doing 20 after 10 years, but you know what 2 of your co-defendants are doing.
Yes.
Do you ever hear or communicate with them?
No.
Okay. So, where did you get the weapon?
I got off someone in the streets.
So you bought it in the streets?
Yeah.
Okay. And so if you didn't, what was your intent when you did those robberies? I'm going to go back and ask you, because if you're harming yourself with a gun and you're going out to rob people, what did you think was going to happen with you having a gun?
Like I said, I wasn't planning on hurting anybody. At the time, I was involved in the street, so I was robbing people for their vehicle. Wasn't to hurt anyone.
So I know you're still in Tier 2 and you're enrolled in college.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me a little bit about what it is that you're doing in the college classes that you're enrolled in.
Yeah, last Friday we just started, well, I started my second semester of college, and this semester I'm studying business. So that's what I'm learning right now in college is business.
And what are you going to do with that?
I have plans on opening up my own fitness center, gym, wellness center, things like that.
But you can't just go from getting a business degree to opening up your own business. So what are you going to do eventually when you get back in the community?
I'm going to continue going to school and, like you said, get my business degree, put the footwork into learning how to start a business, learn everything I need to learn about business, finance, so that I can one day open up my own business.
And in the meantime, how are you going to support yourself?
I'm going to get a job. I got jobs lined up for me upon my release.
Is that the one working with your brother?
Yep, doing personal training.
And who do you have for support in the community?
My brother, my mom, my grandmother, like the people who are in my circle right now.
And were they there for you when you were out in the street running with that particular group of individuals?
Yeah, they were there for me. I just wasn't really listening to them at that time.
Do they come to visit you?
Yes.
So what is it that you have learned about relationship in terms of your family versus your friends?
That my value to my family outweighs everything. I value my family to the fullest. That relationship with me, with my family is more important than anything.
And you feel that that's something that you've learned through this process?
Yes, because
Yes.
I hurt my family tremendously.
Okay. So while you were, when did you get your high school diploma?
I got my high school diploma a couple of months of me being in prison.
Okay. And so at what point did you decide that you had to, change your life around?
I immediately, as soon as I got arrested and I got hit inside my head, and I realized like I was doing a whole lot, and I know better. I just was making a lot of poor decisions. And so now, like, I gotta change. I know better.
But you say that, and I know the DRs that you receive, you indicated that you were making some kind of adjustment. So why did you refuse housing? That was the most recent one.
Oh, I was trying to talk to the counselor, and it was like a whole misunderstanding, and the CO was trying to say that I didn't lock up in a timely fashion, and it was a whole nonsense.
I'm a little bit concerned about the two filing tickets you had. You had one in June of 21 and then the other one in October of 23. But as you have indicated, you have since taken voices, and you have taken alternative to violent, both basic and advanced, which seem to have helped you. And you're in tier 2, and you're taking college courses. So what is it that you think is gonna help you to not come back to prison?
I just got to remember everything I'm learning and stay on the same course that I'm on now. Like you just mentioned, I haven't gotten in trouble since then. So I've been pushing forward and striving. I've been trying to change as best as I can and be better, do positive things. Like I said, these programs influenced me to continue to have that push, that drive to, be a better individual.
Okay, so you want to go to your mother and you have the support of her and all of your siblings, and you want to finish your business degree that you're currently in now, and you have a job lined up with your brother as a personal fitness trainer. Is that what he does?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else that you want to share with us today? I know there was also, I'm sorry, I want to go back to asking you, what was that arson second about?
We're trying to get rid of a vehicle.
And whose idea was it to burn the vehicle?
It was my idea.
That's another serious charge, Mr. Middleton.
Yes, I'm aware, ma'am.
Yeah. And not a lot of people take kindly to people who commit arson. You know that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Pohl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Middleton.
Good afternoon.
Where were you before January 24th?
Before January 24th?
Yeah.
Of this year?
Yeah, no. January 24th, 2024.
I was in Walker.
You're in Walker. Okay. Because these crimes that you committed, 18 years old. And they're crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they are.
And oftentimes, and it's been recognized is juvenile brain development, absolutely, or lack of development shows in what's on this big piece of paper right here. It's decision-making at its worst.
Yeah, I understand.
So, and then October of 23, that's when we had our last fight, right?
Yeah.
What do you do now instead?
From the programs that I've taken, I've learned to not resort to violence. So if I have a dispute with someone, I know to walk away, try to de-escalate the situation, talk it out, and understand there's other alternatives than to act in violence.
And it's pretty awesome that you went through AVP and became a trainer.
Thank you.
And that's the kind of thinking that evolves there. And that's on your time.
Yeah, thank you.
So, you have a lot of good plans there. And you can't let this happen, this define you.
Yeah, I'm trying. That's why I'm trying my best to change everything. I want my people's perspective of me to be different. Like when I first came out, the first thing I said, I don't want that paper to reflect who's sitting in front of you right now, because I'm not that same age or that same person that was out there doing those crimes. That's not me today.
Right. That's all I really wanted to explore, Madam Chair, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. So, Mr. Middleton, you know, when my colleague asked you about the burning of that car, why didn't you tell her the whole truth?
What do you mean?
Why did you burn the car? Why did you guys set that car on fire?
Because it was involved with a crime. We was trying to get rid of it.
What crime, though?
A robbery.
A robbery that turned into a what?
Into well,
A murder case. A murder case. I mean, I think we're skirting around here. So you guys set up something to have your friend who was at a hotel with his girlfriend for her birthday. Y'all was supposed to rob him of the marijuana. He wound up getting shot and killed. So the guy was in that car at some point, and that's why you all burned that car. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But then you stole the Chinese food delivery guy's car too, right? And he was shot too, twice.
That's correct.
Yeah, you guys were just being an absolute menace out there to society. Absolute menace. Shooting people who were out there trying to earn a living the honest way. Why weren't you in school or working?
Like I said, I was in the streets. I wasn't really thinking clearly. I was making a lot of bad decisions, choices.
Did you all go to court together, you and your co-defendants?
Yeah.
And what were they saying when you got the least amount of time out of all of them?
They wasn't really saying, I mean, I wasn't going to court at the same times, no. But
Okay.
we all, yeah.
Have you seen them since you've been in prison?
No.
Not at all.
No.
Not in crossing paths, not going to court, none of that stuff.
No.
Oh my gosh. And this poor lady, when she had to, you know, she said that you were like family to her. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Why would you do this? Greed?
No, it was dumb. It was a whole misunderstanding that could have been talked out. It didn't have to play out the way it did.
This was insanity. It was absolute insanity. I mean, and it cost you a bunch of your life. You've been down since when?
January 2027.
2017.
Yeah,
2017.
And how many
Oh,
years is that?
2017. Say that one more time.
How many years is that?
I've been in jail 8 years.
Right. Right. And what happens if you're denied discretionary parole today?
Then I will have to do the rest of my sentence.
Right. And would you go back and get more tickets?
No.
What would you do with the rest of the time?
Finish school, enroll in some more programs. I'm not trying to go home and do those same things. That's not me no more. So I'm not gonna react negatively and mess myself up. That's not me. I'm not on that path.
It's just, I mean, serious crimes for a first-time offender. Okay. Give us a few minutes to talk about your case, sir. Ms. Chance, what are your thoughts?
Now, Madam Chair, I've pondered over this case for several days. So, I read almost everything more than once because, and that's why when I asked him today whose idea was it to, get the guns and to burn the car, he did acknowledge that it was his idea. So I think one of his redeeming quality today was that he was honest about his role, maybe not say all the details, but honest about the most things. I don't like the disciplinary reports that he received. However, he took the voices. He's currently in tier 2, and he took the alternative to violence basic and advanced, and he also became a tutor or a trainer, sorry. And so it seems to me that somehow he is showing that the programs that he's taken has impacted him, because he has not had any DR since he completed the programs. And he has a good release plan. He's on the right track. And so I heard my colleague mention brain development. He was 18. He's now 26 years old. It's going to be 27 in a couple months. And it sounds to me like there's offender change there, despite the seriousness of all the charges. So I'm going to say that I am willing to have Mr. Middleton go out on discretionary parole, where he will get the benefit of the parole officer, who will give him close guidance until it's time for him to go out on probation. So that's where I am.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in much of the same place. Mr. Middleton was 18 when these offenses occurred. You know, there's violence here. Think he's turned the corner, especially with the Alternatives to Violence program, and actually applying himself and working on that. And I think it really shows in what's happened with DRs along the way. And everything that Board Member Chance said, you know, there's a plan there. And the one thing that I did want to say to Mr. Middleton is I'm really sorry about your grandmother.
I appreciate that.
And I would also would support some parole supervision, Mr. Middleton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cole. So my position is that the role that Mr. Middleton played in all the offenses, he appears to be the connecting piece, which is why he got all the conspiracy and the attempted and all that stuff. A person lost their life. Another person just, you know, trying to deliver food, who was set up to be harmed, was shot twice. His co-defendants received 25 and 35 years. And for Mr. Middleton to be the person that put all of this stuff in place, it was his idea. He said that repeatedly. I think that 10 years is fitting for that crime. I'm happy to see that he's taken this time to work on himself. However, being down that long and accumulating this many tickets, and coupled with the nature of his crime, I just could not support his parole today. And that doesn't mean that, and I'm going to just add to that, and especially because he has probation to follow his sentence, I believe that he is going to have some supervision to help him reenter back into the community. But all this stuff was absolute foolishness. I mean, all the thought going into trying to cover up these crimes and all the people hurt behind this foolishness is just too much for me. So again, I could not support his discretionary parole. So I do know that there are 3 co-defendants that are listed, and I know that there is 1 victim. So for conditions, I would add those 2. Is there anything else that the 2 of you would like to add?
So I'm trying to figure out here why I have
4.
4
On the-
victims
Four
and
victims?
4 co-defendants.
Well, the 4
Well,
victims.
one victim died, so it would be 3.
And I think where I got it from was the OVS referral.
The only name I saw in there was 1, and that was the deceased victim.
Okay, so that is 1. Yep.
So I think in the others though, it was the delivery people, and I don't think he even knew those people. So I mean they were all menacing, but if you would like to add those, I'm open to it. I don't think he knows who those people are.
Whatever you think is good.
I know co-defendants, I have Tyreek, Jay, and Jaden. And I know that this said that the other person was not named a co-defendant, but he was in the police report. That's why she listed him. So if you want to add that name as well, we can. I just did not write it down.
Which one?
Whoever the
JM.
last person. Not the victim, the co-defendant.
JM co-defendant.
What's his name?
Jaquin Morris. So
I didn't have him. I just had the other
accused
3.
status and released in February 17, same time.
Okay. So anything else besides victim and co-defendants?
So can we do a general stay away from the other 3 victims?
He doesn't know them. Do you?
The only
I mean,
reason-
they.
the only-
Go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Chair. The only reason the others weren't listed is because those sentences expired, and we don't do, according to the new policy, victim outreaches. Yeah, so I don't know.
Okay.
I just wanted to
Okay.
clarify that. That's why they weren't listed, because those sentences had already expired.
Thank you.
So are we okay with the 1 victim and the 3
Yes.
co-defendants?
Yep.
Sure.
I move. Thank you. With regard to Jeremy Middleton, 419-043, I move to grant discretionary parole on or after his earliest eligibility date, which is July 28th, 2025. With the following conditions, in addition to the standard parole conditions, you are to have no contact with your co-defendants, Tariq Gant, Jay Smith, Jaden Parker, or Jaquin Morris. You'll have no contact with the deceased victim's mother, who you know her initials are LS. She is a registered victim. Is that it? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. Okay, so it's a majority decision. I do not support discretionary parole, and you have been voted to parole, Mr. Middleton, and you'll receive all of this in writing, okay? Best of luck
Thank
to you,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
This concludes the parole hearing for Jeremy Middleton, 409-043.
I'm going to take a quick break if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Officer Logan, I did not offer you lunch.
No, I'm good. And Ms. Berry, I do have the special parole bit.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Can you have one of them sign it, please?
Okay.
I don't want to continue. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna walk to the bathroom.
Yeah, I was gonna go myself, so.
Hi there. Hi there. Can I please get Robinson, please?
Ronson?
No, Robinson?
Oh, Robinson.
Yes, and just let him know
Okay.
what he said. Just let him know can you just let him know that we're taking a quick break, but you can still bring him up.
Okay, you got it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
They're gonna take a quick break and then they're gonna come right back, okay? You can have a seat and be in there a minute.
Mr. Robinson, give us about 5 minutes. We'll be with you shortly.
Okay,
Thank you.
welcome.
Hi, I'm here.
Good morning.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
All set, panel?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Robinson.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, January 31st, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, I'm panel member Barry.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Good
afternoon,
afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Robinson, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Marcus Robinson, 410320.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Marcus Robinson, 410320. He is serving a sentence of 5 years. He also has 8 years of special parole running concurrently from a previous sentence. That special parole term ends February 10, 2030. He is currently serving time for possession with intent to sell and failure to appear first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 23rd, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the SCRIP program. Well, actually, he's graduating from the SCRIP program on Monday, February 3rd, 2025. He's currently participating in the ongoing program of CLICK. He's a prime mentor. He has completed anger management. He's completed alternatives to violence, basic and advanced, and he's currently participating in Tier 2 with an anticipated completion date of February 17, 2025. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Robinson, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I come before you with a deep sense of remorse and humility to respectfully request to be granted parole. I fully acknowledge the offenses I have committed and the far-reaching impact I've had on victims' lives, the lives of their families, and my family. I truly offer my sincerest apologies to all affected by my actions. The pain inflicted on others is something I can never undo, but I carry that burden daily. And I have spent much time in prison reflecting on how I can be a better person and contribute positively to society. This 5-year sentence has been challenging for many reasons, not only because of my immense personal growth I have to undergo in order to truly understand the extent of my wrongdoings. I began my journey with resistance and a lack of accountability. I struggled in the past grappling with denial and anger, but I eventually came to understand that accountability was the key to personal change. Through that understanding, I made a commitment to become a better version of myself, not just for my sake, but for the sake of everyone I affected, especially my children. A pivotal moment in my transformation is when I called home to my daughter telling her where I was. She said, "Daddy, you have to make better choices. Who's going to be there to get me off the bus to help me with my homework?" With her words at her age weighed heavy on me, I knew it was time for a change. This marked the beginning of a spiritual journey as well. I found solace and guidance in teachings of Islam, which emphasized self-respect, discipline, compassion, and empathy. I realized I had a responsibility to those around me, particularly the young men who looked to me for guidance. Many of them responding by sharing their struggles, and I began to see a common thread. Much of our behavior stemmed from unaddressed trauma. This realization led me to study early childhood development and the effects of trauma. I dedicated myself to learning about how trauma shapes behavior, particularly when it's not addressed. I've applied this knowledge as a peer mentor in programs like Prime, where I work with young adults ages 18 through 28 who are seeking to make changes in their lives. Prime means men of principle, willing to commit to reform, inspire our communities to gain maturity, and excel in our prime. Through these couple of years of reflection, growth, and learning, I have come to understand that my actions were not just criminal. They also deeply rooted in unaddressed trauma. I've worked hard to transform myself into someone who can be of service to others and believe I've made significant strides in that direction. Along with these efforts, I have earned many certificates and completed courses in domestic violence and anger management, where there are different meanings to abuse, which I've once contributed into, not only physical, verbal, and emotional mental abuse. I wholeheartedly felt like a coward and very apologetic for my immature thought processing and impulsive actions. Anger management has taught me how to be proactive as opposed to being reactive. It has given me the ability to think ahead and not act off impulse. Also, analyzing every situation for what it is and not for what it appeared to be. I learned to close my one and open my two. Basically, close my mouth and just listen, because matching energies isn't positive. I have also developed a strong network of family, friends, and professionals, all of whom are committed to assisting me in my reentry into society. Should I be granted the opportunity for release, I have 2 reentry plans if I must stay in CT. I will reside with my grandmother, April Finn, in Waterbury, working for Apex Construction and flagging for a company called In the Right Direction. Also receive reentry services through Script, in which I am already enrolled in and am participating in therapy sessions with Jamilka Torres, working on my past trauma. Might I add, I graduate February 3rd. If I am allowed to move to Atlanta, Georgia with my uncle Richard Green, receiving support from him and my grandmother, trying to join a company for work called Pursuit, which is located in Connecticut, but also has a branch in Georgia. The facility that I'm in now has inmates working at Pursuit while being incarcerated and being able to provide for their families. I fully understand that my past actions cannot be erased, and I do not seek to minimize their impact, but I know that I am ready to re-enter society as a responsible, productive, and law-abiding citizen. I ask for the opportunity to demonstrate that the person standing before you today is someone who has learned from his bad choices and is committed to making amends.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robinson, for that statement, sir. I appreciate the time that you've taken to prepare that. It sounds like you have some support in the community. You've explored employment options, and it sounds like you have a backup plan to your plan. It really does appear that you've taken time to truly work on yourself so that you don't return to prison. Problem is, you were on special parole already, and we don't know what quite happened then, but I'm sure we will explore that with our questions. So Mr. Pohl is going to start with the questions, and then when we are done, you've been before us before, so when we're done, we'll deliberate and we'll give you our decisions, okay?
Okay.
Best of luck, Mr. Pohl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Robinson.
Good afternoon.
You are an incredibly lucky man. What do you think about that?
I think I am a little.
How so?
Just off the things that I've been through in my life, and I just feel like as I get older, I'm becoming more wiser, especially through my kids. I have a 14-year-old son, 10-year-old son, and my daughter's about to be 9 next month. And just all the trials and tribulations that I've been when it came to parenting, my parents, and growing up with my grandmother. It's a lot of stuff that I went through, and I'm still here.
You are. And not only are you still here, but the people that you have behind you, do you think, how many other incarcerated people do you think have that many people behind them? Not a lot.
Not a lot.
Not a lot. And the job opportunities that you have?
Yes.
We have some people that come to see us that barely can even have an idea of one place that they might go find not just employment, but a career,
Right.
right?
Yes.
This, Pursuit is doing a whole lot with formerly incarcerated people and currently incarcerated people,
Right.
but formerly incarcerated people as well, And then, we got a letter from La Rosa Construction, Allure Cleaning, Apex Construction, all of that stuff, right?
Yes.
And so you have several opportunities.
Yes.
And what you've done with programming, we look for offender change in what, in trying to get to the decision if somebody's suitable for parole.
Yes.
A piece of that is looking at what have you done since you've been in? And you went through so much of that, but, on this side of it, it's like when you look at excellent ratings for what you're doing, just walked away with excellent ratings with DV, anger management, the job that you have, in addition to, graduating script, being a prime mentor,
Yes.
right? Other people, as you alluded to, looking to you,
Yes.
right? As an example, as somebody I can trust, right? And that's, we're back on a possession with intent to sell on special parole.
Right.
Right? Can you reflect for me a little bit here?
Well, I don't want to bombard you with so much. I kind of want to go straight forward. I think the first time I came to prison, I was 22. I came home when I was 25. A lot of things were fast. And I worked, I kept a job, but I was only home for 4 months. And first day that I was able to get off the bracelet, I chose the wrong environment to get around, and my best friend ended up getting killed. And he died in my arms. And so I went back to jail for the timeout program, did 7 more months. And within that process, I was basically being interrogated a lot from the police due to my best friend's death. And I had no information besides me just trying to save his life. You understand? And that whole entire time after that situation happened, I was interrogated all the time. When I came back from the timeout program at Osborne, I was pushed to a meeting with the feds, and it was the same ongoing thing, pressuring me to tell more, and I couldn't tell anymore. And within that time, I continued to do what I was supposed to do, working in the right direction for flagging, and then I ended up going to a corner store and being shot twice, and it stalled off of the situation with my best friend. And when I got out of the hospital, I was still interrogated with the same situation. Mind you, I didn't sell any drugs. I didn't do anything. I know that, they have this thing going that just take accountability. And that's just one thing I just can't take accountability of that, me going back to selling drugs after I just did that first 5-year sentence. I did 3 off of that. And coming home to being on a bracelet, I didn't sell any drugs. I wasn't doing anything. I was able to go to North Carolina for AAU basketball games with my child. Everything. So I had no time to sell drugs. That wasn't my vision. My vision was getting my stuff together. And before you know it, I'm getting better with my leg, and I'm getting called down to parole to saying that I have a drug charge. I didn't sell any drugs. So once I got to the precinct in Waterbury, then the same detective that's been interrogating me is just like really like clowning me, like, laughing at me. I told you I was going to get you. Are you going to tell us what happened with your friend still? And I'm like, so this is what you do when I don't know more information that I can give you through to my friend being killed. I stayed with him. I felt like that was fair enough. I didn't leave him for roadkill. I didn't just leave and not say anything. I actually stayed with him and he died in my arms. And then I feel like I'm just continuing to keep getting targeted. That's why one of my plans was that moving with my uncle to Georgia, because I just can't allow my kids to keep seeing me come back here. You understand? That's my tip.
Well, I appreciate your explanation and your side of what happened here. Obviously for me, what's really incredibly important is what you've done since you've been back.
Yes.
It's, you haven't been in trouble at all. There's no disciplinary reports there. And everything that you've done has been a positive thing.
Right.
So, yeah. So I really don't have any other questions. So I'm going to pass it on at this point, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. So, Mr. Robinson, my only issue with you is your wording. I understand your history, and I do apologize that you suffered a loss. But when I reviewed your file in preparation for today's hearing, one of the things that I noticed repeatedly is that you kept cutting off the bracelet. Why were you cutting off the GPS bracelet?
The first time I cut my bracelet off was when the situation happened with my friend, and I was just kind of like scared to come back, and I was in that mind frame of just like, you're just gonna have to come and get me. Like I was just living so young, like I didn't get it. It just wasn't there yet. With this time was just like, I really feel the second time I took my bracelet off was like, just being able to, where my grandmother stays in Waterbury, it's a good area. It's a suburban area, and I have my kids out there, and it's just time after time after time. It's like I have to tell my grandmother running in the house, "Ma, look, they're just pulling up and then just skirting off like the detectives." And it's like, it was it for me when I was with my daughter playing. My other two boys is in the back, and then she just grabbed me on my leg and was like, "Daddy, they coming to get you," and it just I just fell back to that same how it was the first time.
Well, because when you said it, when you were speaking to Mr. Poole, you made it seem as if you were doing well when you were out on special parole, but you weren't. You received 6 misconducts. You got 3 new charges when you were out there. One of them was out of state, and it involved a firearm. What happened to those charges?
Well, I ended up serving 10 months in Valhalla, New York. A friend, I was with a bunch of friends. We were dropping my brother off to college, and nobody wanted to take forth with the firearm, and I was just like, I'm already on a run. I'm done. This is it. Like, I'll
So
take it.
somebody else's gun?
Yes. I said, I'll take it. I'm done. Like, it's over. Let me get this done and over with.
Okay. And tell me what happened with the domestic with your ex-girlfriend?
Yeah, this is my kid's mom.
Mm-hmm.
So a situation with, we were living together ever since I came home I want to say the second time.
Mm-hmm.
And after the situation when I got shot, things was kind of rocky during COVID. Money wasn't, because the job that I had was seasonal. And now that it's COVID, I'm not working. So I'm just staying home with the kids, doing the virtual on schools. And we kept getting a lot of threats throughout the situation with me getting shot where I lived. We ended up moving. And when we moved into the new spot that we had, I had got money from certain people in my family, my grandmother, uncles, and I guess it was just a stressful time. I learned.
Long story short, Mr. Robinson, I understand your mentality may have not been there, but did you put your hands on this woman? You slapped her?
No, I didn't slap her. I grabbed her. I grabbed her up.
Okay. And had you ever participated in domestic violence before?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you complete domestic violence?
I did domestic violence just once.
So that was the prior incarceration?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I mean, you've accumulated quite some, so many charges. I have here that you were released on reentry furlough in 2018. You came back, it looks like 6 months later, they re-released you. Looks like about 8 months later, and then you absconded. And you were on the run for 2 years? Or you were, because you got the charges for the firearm in New York in 2022. I don't know. This is so much, Mr. Robinson, just the history. You're being on special parole. And to be honest with you, if what you're saying, if there's any ounce of truth to what you're saying about the Waterbury authorities targeting you, you're not going to be successful. You still have until 2030 with us. What are you going to do in that? I mean, that's 5 years still. And honestly, by returning on a case where you have special parole running, we could max you until 2030. What's the happy medium where you can go out there, do the right things, and avoid any more trouble for yourself and your children? It sounds like they're important to you and you want to be there for them. Well, I heard you talk about Atlanta too. Maybe that's your best bet because you're not doing well when you're here.
Right. I just feel like I really had a bad break for my first time being in prison, and I just couldn't shake it. This one right here is like what if I continue to just stick to what I'm doing, what I've been accomplishing, the people that I'm meeting through script, and even being placed into a halfway house outside of Waterbury stuff, I think I'll be good. Long as I continue to stay positive and do what I need to do, I don't think none of that stuff is going to happen. Me taking off a bracelet, me getting violated, any of that.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Chance?
So, Mr. Robinson, I read the transcript that was dated November 13, 2023. And it said that, and it's a follow-up to what Madam Chair was asking you about with the victim. It said you followed her into the bathroom and grabbed her and pointed a black semi-automatic handgun in her face and threatened to kill her. And she was hiding under the bed. and you flipped the bed over and began kicking her and broke her cell phone. And the officers who arrived on the scene said there were bruises to the left side of her face and abrasions to her neck. So are you saying you didn't do any of that?
No, I'm not saying that. I take full accountability of it. It was a bad day, a bad morning. It was a lot of yelling and screaming. The pointing and threatening, that's not what happened. At the end of the day, even if somebody, because I'm not going to lie, I told Mrs. Logan, it took me a while to really just like take accountability for it, even though like just even being provoked, it doesn't matter, because if I was even in that position, I would be scared as well. Did I have a firearm? Yes, I did, but I would never do that to that extent. I was scared.
I just read to you what was written, and it was done in court.
Right.
And so I'm just asking you if you did what I read to you. It's a yes or a no. Did you point a small black semi-automatic handgun?
No, I didn't.
In her face?
No, I didn't, but I had one.
So did you deny or acknowledge that you did that in court?
No, I didn't deny.
And it also said that on July 31st, 2019, you sold to an undercover officer. That's not correct either?
No, that's very not correct. That's what I was telling the other chairman about my situation.
And then you failed to appear in court on May 28, 2021?
Yes.
So you're acknowledging all of that?
Yes.
All right, well, I have no further questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Robinson, we're going to deliberate. Mr. Pohl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Robinson is in front of us for possession with intent to sell and failure to appear first. He committed these offenses while he was on special parole. The parole is running through February of 2030. While he's been incarcerated this time, he has no disciplinary reports. He does rate out high. The pieces that are in that evaluation as well deal with attitude and behavior, as well as employment, education, and financial stability. The programs that Mr. Robinson has taken while he's been in, anger management, domestic violence, alternatives to violence, and have positively impacted this, along with domestic violence that he's taken. He received excellent, as I said during questioning, he received excellent evaluations in everything he did. He is a prime mentor, and he's involved in a couple of things, CLICK, which deals with family. He has taken a personal finance course, which deals with part of his areas of criminogenic need. He has several job opportunities, and he has a couple of opportunities to where he wants the parole to, one of which is out of state, and with a company that's well known for not just hiring former incarcerated people, but also currently incarcerated people. And it's not just a job, it's absolutely a career field. For those reasons, I would like to give Mr. Robinson the opportunity back out on special parole. And I think that he's in a place where he's more apt to accept the help that's out there. So that's where I am. Yeah.
Mr. Poole, just for clarification, you said give him an opportunity back out on special parole. Did you mean discretionary parole?
Yes.
Okay. So for me, I appreciate all the good work that Mr. Robinson is doing right now, and it sounds as if he really is accepting responsibility and has some incentive to remain on a positive path. And I'm going to say this off the bat that I'm not going to be able to support his discretionary parole today because he was on special parole. And while he was out on special parole, I just have to note that he had 3 new charges. He had a firearm on him, and he had a conviction in New York for a firearm, even though he said that gun wasn't his. And then I showed that there was another weapon involved in one of his crimes in 2015. I cannot reward Mr. Robinson for doing the right thing since he's been in the facility this time when he's repeatedly shown us that he is not going to follow the rules and stay away from new convictions when he's out in the community. With that said, I still would not max him out until 2027. Well, we have an opportunity to do that. We could do it for 2030, but that's not where I am. I would like to see Mr. Robinson continue making strides. Moving forward, he's not eligible for parole until June. I would like to see him finish the tier program that he's currently in. And while you said he took a domestic violence program, Mr. Poole, it says in the report that he took it his last incarceration. And that means that it really didn't work, and to his own admission, it didn't work. So he could take a domestic violence program and just continue working on himself and eventually come back and see us. So that's where I am. I'm not at a max end. I have to be honest, with all the weapons charges, I am torn, but I really am willing to give him another opportunity because he has a solid release plan in place. Ms. Chance.
So Mr. Robinson has completed quite a few programs to address his criminogenic needs. But I do agree with you, Madam Chair, that he needs to take another domestic violence program. And I believe I read that he said when he took the first one, he really didn't get anything out of it. And so I would like to see him take a DV program. I think he's done very well in all the other programs that he has taken. And the 2 concerns I have was the DV and the gun charges while he was out on special parole. So I would be willing to do a deny and rehear, and during that rehear period, have him take the domestic violence program. So that's where I am.
Okay, so It's January. I would have him come back in a year. That's honestly where I am. He hasn't received any disciplinary infractions. It's too much for me. Like, I really don't know what else to do. I understand it, all of what he's saying, and it's not even a matter of whether or not I believe him. I believe that there is a hint of truth to what he's saying. However, that does not negate the behaviors and the harm that's being done in our communities when people decide to abscond from parole and do what they want.
So, I could do 9 months, Madam Chair.
So 9 months would be
Or,
October of this year or September.
He comes back in September, he's got 2 years to undiscretionary. Because his 100% date on this is September,
Right.
Oh, this one.
right?
Yeah.
September 27th.
Yeah.
I would support that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So. All right. So the reason we're denying is he was on special parole, and although there is evidence of offender change, we'd like him to complete some more programs. So,
I'm
And
sorry, can I just say something there? It shows here that he completed the DV, or he is supposed to complete it, or he did complete it, I'm sorry, the 29th of this month. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I just completed the
Thank
DD.
okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I just
No, it's okay.
realized
I didn't.
we got an update.
Oh, yes, that's right.
today.
That's right. That's right. That's
Got
right.
an update today.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, he's still in click, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And you're still, yeah. You still have the tier to do, and just you have more. You have to prove to us, sir. This is it's a lot, and again, it's a gift the way that I see it, because we could match them till 2030. So September 25 for me is a compromise. I don't agree, but I will agree. And he can take any other positive programs that are in there. He doesn't have a substance abuse problem, but maybe, he's doing the CLIck program. That's great. And he's mentoring. I heard that discussion too. Maybe he can help other people avoid being in the situation that he's in, and no more tickets. So so on special parole, and that's the only reason, nature and circum.
Yeah.
With criminal history and on special parole. And with regard to Marcus Robinson, 410320, I move to deny discretionary parole today, based on his criminal history and his offenses being committed while on special parole. I further move to rehear him in September of this year, at which time he should complete any positive programs and remain disciplinary infractions for. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. So, Mr. Robinson, we'll see you back here in September. Just keep doing what you're doing, sir. And hopefully you'll have a better outcome. It's just that we frown heavily on people returning to us on special parole with new charges, and 3 new charges is a bit much. So good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
This concludes the parole hearing for Marcus Robinson, 410320.
Yes, I thought that was planned.
I think we're all set. I think once you get one, you should be all set.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much, last guy.
Thank you. No problem.
All set, panel?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Taylor.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, January 31st, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, I'm panel member Barry.
Good afternoon, Mike.
Afternoon, Joy Chance.
Mr. Taylor, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Matthew Taylor, 345-975.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Matthew Taylor, 345-975. He is serving a sentence of 9 years, 6 months, executed suspended after serving 30 months, followed by the balance of his probationary term, which is 6,536 days. He is serving time for a violation of probation. The underlying charges are sexual assault first, victim less than 13 after more than 2 years older, and also a risk of injury. He is to remain on the sex offender registry for life. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of June 14, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the short track sex offender program. Voices, he's currently participating in tier 2 with an anticipated completion date of February 17, 2025, and he works in the kitchen. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the moderate to high range. Mr. Taylor, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Since I've been incarcerated, I've learned through doing my programs, as far as like doing voices. During voices, I've learned that, you affect not just yourself, but your family members as well, because they got to deal with you being incarcerated. The tier 2 program that I'm currently in is, I've learned that you can do anything you basically set your mind to, and that if you put your mind to it, drugs is not the last choice. And for that, I also did the short track program. That with that, I've learned that my actions was not the right actions for me to do what I did back in 2006. I feel that I could do what I'm supposed to do, not what I want to do for parole and probation. Because I've realized that if I do what I want to do, that's going to get me back in here. And I'm getting too old for this. I got family out there. I just want to do what I have to do to better myself and show my family and my community that I can be the person that I'm supposed to be, not someone that wants to just be incarcerated in and out. Because this is my third and last sentence. Because I did 14 years, I did 2.5, now 18 months, and I realized that there's more than life than just sitting in a cell or in a dorm. You don't realize what you got till it's gone. And I've realized being in here, you don't have nothing in here. I got my daughter, she's 20 years old. I got my twin brother, he's very supportive of me. And I just, I want to make this my last time coming into the Department of Corrections, because, our parents didn't raise us to be troublemakers. If we ever want anything, we get what, we just ask for it. Even though, they had the little arguments back and forth, so on and so forth. But, at the same time, I want to also go back to finish my GED, do a night school special ed if I'm able to. I actually have a job waiting for me when I get out, and the same job I was doing before I came in. He's also aware of that, because he's a subcontractor, so he knows that if there's minors at the house, that I'm not allowed to be there. I understand that I'm not allowed, I can't have a smartphone, I know there's consequences that I have to deal with still, which is, having a flip phone, disable the internet, no smartphone, none of that nonsense, and.
So Mr. Taylor, I
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate the information that you're offering us. We do have some questions prepared for you after we've reviewed your file. Would you mind if we started with those questions, sir?
Not a problem.
Ms. Chance will start. Thank you.
So, Mr. Taylor, when you went out on probation, were you given requirements of what you can and can't do?
Yes,
So why weren't you following them?
because at the time, when I got out, the lady I was with, she got me the phone for Christmas. It was like she wanted to get me top of the line phone and stuff like that. I know I wasn't supposed to, and I took it as a gift. It was a Christmas gift for me, for me, as a matter of fact.
Let me stop you right there. So why, when she gave it to you and it's not appropriate for you, why didn't you thank her and give it back to her and tell her that you're on probation and you cannot have it?
I should have. I didn't think, because me getting out, I just wanted something fancy, and I realized that something fancy caused me coming back to incarceration. I should have, but I wasn't thinking about it.
Mr. Taylor, you're serving time for very, very, serious charges.
Right.
And you went out on probation, and we shouldn't be here with you for this now.
No.
That you weren't supposed to. And then you're on the phone and you're viewing adult pornography.
Right. I understand that I'm not supposed to be doing that. Yeah, I thought, I know that it says not to do this, and I just took it upon myself. I wasn't carrying, and I gotta change my ways of thinking before I do something, because I also aware of, if you gotta think twice about something, then obviously you shouldn't do it. And I just need to stay focused and stay on the right path.
So, you completed the short-term sex offender program, and
Right.
I understand the stage of change that you're in.
Right.
And so I don't understand why, when you know that you're having issues dealing with your charges, you would go out and get involved in something that's related, in terms of what you were watching.
Right, yeah. If it was up to me, I would have went out and bought my own flip phone. I understand, she was just like, oh, take this, but, now I realize, that's not what it comes down to. It comes down to me following orders, following what I'm supposed to do. And, I know when I get out, I'm going to get a flip phone instead of, all that high tech stuff.
So, Mr. Taylor, you said going to a strip club and only get not going to a strip club is a high risk for you, or going to a strip club is a high risk for you.
Right, I know I'm not supposed to go, so I would not put myself in that situation. You know, you have
So
to
what
be aware.
happens when it comes in your head and you say you want to go and you know you're not supposed to? What do you do?
You know, I thought about that. Like, you know, I'm getting too old for this. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I'm 40 years old. You know, I don't want to even deal with that stuff no more. And that's why I was going to clubs and doing that. I want to just, do what I have to do. Go home, come home and work, and that's it. You know, all this going out partying. I understand if I do that, it'll get me back in here. And I got to realize the consequences that I'm putting not just myself through, but my family through. You know, I know that is one thing, one of the multiple things I, not gonna be doing.
So, sort of where I am today, Mr. Taylor, is that I know you took the short-term sex offender program and you've gotten everything that you can get out of that. Right. And you took tier 2, and then you took voices, and you said you share that voices taught you about, you learned through that particular one, the effect of your behavior on, others.
Right.
And so, but you haven't done well on community releases before, Mr. Taylor. So what makes this time different than the other 6 times that you failed?
Well, I know I was out for like 5 years when I was out there before, and I realized it's the little things that, I'm not allowed to do, as far as, the websites, the phones, and I realized that, it's a very serious situation that, it's the little things I got to put away to be successful. I'm not, I don't have no grudges. I'm going to stores or like strip clubs, going to the malls, going to, my mind is focused on, showing my family members and community that, I could be the person that I'm supposed to be. I got, I'm sitting in here like, I've grown up in this place basically, and now, I tell myself all the time, it's time for me to get my life together, because, I'm like, what do I want to keep doing this the rest of my life? And I realized that, there's more than this, than just sitting in here. I understand the consequences. I understand when someone tells you that you cannot do X, Y, and Z, then don't do it.
So, this is just so concerning, Mr. Taylor. Why did you, the ticket that you got in July of 2023?
Right.
Said you punched a wall?
Right, correct.
Why?
Because I was on the phone, and my cellie didn't like the fact that, I would clean all the time. I would have my TV on early in the morning, stuff like that. So, what happened was I was on the phone. He come out the shower after, he was done, heard me talking to my ex-girlfriend at the time, or my girlfriend at the time. I said, oh, I probably won't call you for a week because, I'm just gonna, go to segregation because me and my cellie, we're not connecting. So he ended up hanging the phone off. Like, I was on the phone and he hung it up on me. So, my mind was like, okay, well, I'm not a violent person. I'm not gonna hit him because then that just get, that's just another ticket. I'm not gonna rip the phone out the wall because then that ruins it for the rest of the people in the corridor. You know, and my mind was just like, you know, what am I gonna do? Just let him do it? Because if I let him do it once, what's not to say he'll do it again? So my mind just like blew up, and I ended up hitting the wall.
Yeah. Does your girlfriend know what your charges are?
The one I'm talking to now, yes.
And she's okay with that?
Yes. Oh, I've talked to her, my brother spoke to her and stuff like that.
Don't have any other questions right now, Mr. Taylor, but I'm just, you know, very concerned about the fact that you committed this offense so long ago. It was just so serious, and you continuously, you know, violate your probation, and you're back here now because you were viewing pornography on a cell phone that you shouldn't have had. So I'm going to wait to hear what my other colleagues have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Pohl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify some stuff with you, right? This original offense goes back to 2007.
Right.
When you were 18 years old?
Right, correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And it involved minors.
Correct.
Part of being involved in the treatment for problem sexual behavior and part of the special management unit and things like that, whether it's parole or probation, is that there's restrictions on the type of equipment that you can have and such, right?
Right. Correct.
So as of now, one of the stipulations is enhanced internet and device monitoring, which is when you go out and you do have a smartphone, that smartphone can be gone through at any time, whether it's a parole officer or a probation officer.
Right, correct.
So that's what the deal is. So you are back right now. One of the things that you're back right now for is pornography.
Right.
And I just want to clarify for the record, is that to my understanding, all of the sites, and by name, that's what they look like. All of those sites are based upon adult pornography.
Right.
And you have not done anything further with anything to do with children.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So you really got to know what's going on here, because, you still have a great deal of time left, right? 6,536 days on probation.
Right, correct.
I don't even know how much time that is, but it's probably, it's probably what, close to 20 years?
If I'm not mistaken, I think I got like 17 or 18 left. I know.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So with all of that said, right, what you're back here for right now is because you had the phone and there were pornographic images on the phone, none of which had anything to do with children. and you're on dating apps, by name, all of them look or appear to be that none of them have anything to do with children.
Right.
Okay. So you really need to figure this out, right?
Mhm. Right.
Because as Board Member Chance said, it's cyclical here, right? If you do things that are not in line with what is being asked of you in the community, some of it's maybe not related to the original charges or convictions that you have here.
Right.
But it's what's being requested or not requested, required of you to be in the community.
Right.
If you don't comply with those things, this is just going to continue to happen.
Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Although it's just not okay that you break the requirements. Everything that I've read is that what this has to do with has nothing to do with the original convictions that you were convicted for.
Right.
So, and you've already talked about that you've taken the tier. You're in the middle of a tier program, but you've taken the short-term program again.
Right.
And you're ready to go to do whatever's required of you again with monitoring, you know the drill, monitoring and polygraphs and eye detects and all of those things that is required of you by Center for Treatment for Problem Sexual Behavior, right?
Yep, correct.
So, I mean, that's what needs to happen,
right.
You know? And I mean, I understand it's a challenge out there to have convictions like this and try to enter into some kind of intimate relationship with an adult, which is the avenue that it looks like you were going here, but there's restrictions and requirements.
Right, correct.
So you gotta comply.
Correct.
I don't have anything further, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. Mr. Taylor, give us a few minutes to talk about your case and we'll give you our decision, okay?
All right, thank you very much.
Ms. Chance, your thoughts?
So, Mr. Taylor has done all that he can do in regards to, why he violated his probation, really does not directly impact his original offense. And he's completed voices. Hopefully, it has enlightened him as to the impact of doing all these offenses that keep bringing him back to incarceration. He does have a drug score of 4, but he said his last drink was in 2006. So he's in the tier 2 now with an ETA of February 17, 2025. The short-term sex offender program, he completed that last September. And I would like to, I know he has 6 failures, but he's really done, I think, all that he can during this incarceration. It is up to Mr. Taylor to follow the rules of probation as Mr. Pohl stated. And so I would be willing to put him out so that he can participate in the sex offender program in the community that will continue from the short term that he finished here. And I do think he needs to be in that program in the community.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Cole?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the violation here has to do with something that has evolved over time. You know, the new restrictions that we have based upon court cases and stuff like that, with restriction on pornography and enhanced internet and device monitoring, which is going on. The original offense here back in 2007 has to do with children. Although it's restricted and he wasn't meeting the requirements, there's nothing that shows in this offense that the violation had anything to do with children, which is incredibly important for me to understand. I understand it's, you know, you have to, you have requirements out there. And on probation and on parole that you have to meet. And, you know, in this world, you know, sometimes they're not easy. But, you know, my position with Mr. Taylor was made clear. You got to figure it out. And for me, based upon the violation not having to do with children, even though it's not, it has to do with non-compliance, I would support parole in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. So for me, while I can appreciate that Mr. Taylor has been done well in the facility and he's taken the appropriate program, he has been serving this sentence since 2009. Same sentence, non-compliance, over and over again. And as you stated, Mr. Pohl, the rules are the rules. We don't make them up. It's not our job to comply with them. It's Mr. Taylor's job to comply with them. And whether you like it or not, sir, it's against the rules of any of your supervision for you to review pornography, whether they're adults. I don't care if it's cats and dogs. Pornography is pornography, and you're not supposed to do it. So for me, since he's almost finished with his sentence and he has supervision already to follow, and he has not been compliant on any of his releases, I would not be in support of parole today, and that for the reasons that I stated. So I do have conditions set for him. No alcohol, enhanced monitoring, minors, and problem sexual behavior in the treatment. Problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, and halfway house.
Yeah, as a friend in Shelton, is that confirmed or does he need?
I don't know.
It is confirmed.
It's confirmed. Okay. All right. So no halfway.
Can you repeat those again? Because I have to.
All four on the sex ones, and then no alcohol.
Okay. No alcohol, enhanced monitoring, no minors, problem sexual behavior,
And restriction on pornography.
and
Okay.
Violation has to do with that.
Yes. Right. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm just looking for the names of the initials. Can you give me the initials, please? Of the victims that you have? Because I did not write those down.
Asking me or them?
I'm asking my colleagues. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
I'm sorry.
I appreciate it. No, it's not a problem. Thank you for offering.
It's, I don't know that I don't have them.
Madam Chair, the outreach was not done because it's the violation of probation, so I don't know.
Thank you. Okay, all
I
right,
did not put them on for that reason.
Right, I
Because,
didn't either.
yeah.
okay, all right. So with regard to Matthew Taylor, 345975, I move to grant discretionary parole by majority decision on or after today's date, which is January 31st, 2025, with the following conditions in addition to the standard parole conditions. You are not to consume any alcoholic beverages. You will participate in problem sexual behavior treatment in the community. You are to have no contact with minors. You are restricted from viewing pornography, and you will have enhanced monitoring for your electronic devices. Did I say everything, colleagues?
Yes, second.
Yeah.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All those opposed, and that's me. Aye. So, again, Mr. Taylor, this is a majority decision, but you were granted parole, sir, and I do wish you the best. You'll receive all of this in writing. Your date is on or after today's date, sir. So I don't really know when you'll get out, but, it's unrealistic to think it's today. It's Friday. So, yeah, good luck.
I really appreciate it very much. Thank you very much.
This concludes the parole hearing for Matthew Taylor, 345975. You're all set, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Case
I'll
reviews?
start with-
Okay.
Yes, thank you. I'm missing one of these, but I don't.
Good afternoon, my name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, January 31st, 2025. This is a case review for Shamarr, Trowell, and the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Panel Member Berry.
Mike Paul.
Joy Chance.
Okay.
Mr. Trowell is serving 9 years, followed by 5 years special parole for conspiracy to commit robbery first, 2 counts. He is on probation. The underlying charges are 2 counts. Can you please leave that on? Oh, yeah, it'll go off by itself. Thank you so much.
Okay, I was gonna turn it off. We were supposed to have a 2 o'clock video conference on this, in this room. So I was gonna shut it off to see if there's somebody still there.
I have about 5 more minutes. I'm doing my case review, so I should
Okay.
be done in about 5 minutes.
All right, I'll just leave it on, no problem.
Thank you, Zach.
Okay.
So again, the offender is serving 9 years, followed by 5 years special parole for conspiracy to commit robbery first, 2 counts. He has a violation of probation. The underlying charges are 2 counts of larceny third. Then he has additional charges of harassment first and threatening second. Mr. Trowell has waived discretionary parole, and this hearing is being conducted to set special parole stipulations.
Thank you.
Decision.
Thank you. I have no co-defendants, Brittany Enos, Malik Dixon, Kaman Jones, mental health evaluation, no alcohol, halfway house, and maybe anger management.
I don't have mental health evaluation. I have mental health treatment and med compliance. It's part of the court.
That's what
Okay.
I have.
Part of the
Okay.
court request.
That's what I have.
Okay. Anything else? Anger management? No? Yes?
No.
No? All right,
did.
so thank you. With regard to Shamarr Trowell, I'm 381676. I move to set the following special parole conditions in addition to the standard conditions. He's to not consume any alcoholic beverages. He'll participate in mental health treatment and remain medication compliant. He'll be released to a halfway house if needed. He needs to have no contact with his co-defendants and Brittany Enos, Malik Dixon, or Kaman Jones. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
This concludes the case review for Shamarr Trowell, 381676. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, January 31st, 2025. This is a case review for Omega Walker, inmate number 443256, at the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Panel Member Berry.
Mike Paul.
Joy Chance.
Mr. Walker is serving 2 years, 1 day, followed by 2-year special parole for criminal possession of a firearm. Mr. Walker has waived his discretionary parole, and this hearing is being conducted to set special parole stipulations. Has the board reached a decision?
Thank you. It's my understanding that Mr. Walker has a detainer, so we'll parole him to his detainer. I have a halfway house, a no driving condition, and no
Madam
alcohol.
Chair, I think, we're supposed to say release to interstate detainer. I think that's how the executive director said we were to say it.
Okay, I just have to his, okay. But any other conditions? But no driving and no alcohol is what I have.
Right. I
Anything
had
else?
release to the interstate, no alcohol, no driving.
Okay. So with regard to Omega Walker 443256, I move to set the following special parole conditions in addition to the standard conditions: no consumption of an alcoholic beverage, do not operate a motor vehicle without your parole officer's permission. You'll be released to your interstate detainer, and a halfway house placement just in case it's needed. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 This concludes the case review for Omega Walker 443256. It also concludes the Brooklyn correctional hearing. It is 2:33 p.m.
Thank you. Have a good
Thank you.
weekend.
You as well.